what exactly, like, you've played Link's Awakening, you finished the game, you saw some hot speed runs, and it looks nice, and you wanna try and give it a go. So what the heck do you need to do? How do you go about speedrunning any percent no Hinox specifically? Um, that's what we're trying to explain and show right now. The whole thing. So if you've played through the game, you might know there's a at the end of the game we got this. Let me know this. Let me show you. We got this egg thing, and well, unless you know, um, well, you can never get out of here because it's a never-ending maze. So if you've watched any run, you might notice. We just happen to know exactly what the path is, but we never actually do the thing that you need to do in order to learn what the correct path is. So how do we know? Well, that is actually pretty simple answer. We know because we do a manipulation on rebooting the Nintendo Switch and starting the game at a specific time and then creating a new save um at that point in a very specific manner. I will cover that. First things first, this affects both how this is generated on file creation, but also the Dungeon 4 puzzle pattern. Fear not, you don't even need to remember the Dungeon 4 puzzle pattern because we actually skip it. Um, if you want to know what it is anyway, I don't know, DM somebody in the Discord speedrun community. We'll cover it too. We'll cover it too. We'll answer your question gladly. But this is outside of the scope of this. As I just show what we're doing and how to do it. All right. So how do we do this manip? Right. So first thing you need is a timer. That's why I have the timer on the screen. It's not running right now, but I will start it soon. So what you need, right? First is you need to close the game. And then you're gonna need to reset your Nintendo Switch so that it restarts. Um it could be a good opportunity to set your Switch in German. I'll cover that a bit later why German is better. But German is the fastest language for this game. Maybe you want to do that separately, it's up to you. Changing the language does restart the Switch, so you could do it that way. As long as you restart the Switch, that's what's important. And then you want if you're not sure how to do that, I'll explain it right now as we cover exactly the steps. So you hold the power button on your Switch, and then you're gonna have this menu show up. Obviously now this is in German because my Switch is already in German. The second option here opens another menu, and this is restart. You can do that in English too. I don't think it matters. The language of the console itself doesn't matter for this. The manipulation should still work. So what you do is you hit restart, and when the little loading wheel goes away, you start your timer. And then the what we want to get, what's the most popular and what I get and what basically most people do is we go over a profile and then we wait for the timer to be at exactly 36 seconds. At 36 seconds, you select your profile. And then the timer doesn't matter anymore. So I'm actually, I'm gonna put it away. So that it doesn't confuse people. Now I'm just gonna delete this because we don't need it. If you want to save some time, pro tip, make sure that before you restart everything, that you still have at least one save that isn't, like, deleted like this. Because as long as you have at least one save, you can skip the intro cutscene. Otherwise, you're forced to sit through it. If you have no save file, even if you have an auto save, if you have no save file here, you're gonna be forced to sit through the opening cutscene. Which is a little stupid, but that's still what it is. Now, once you're here, right, and you started the game, we did the whole manipulation and everything. What we do here is time sensitive, but it is important you do it the exact appropriate way. So you select your file that you want to make the manipulated save file on. This one, for example. You select the difficulty. It doesn't matter which one you select. You just select the difficulty. And then, that's important, you press B so that you go back. And then you select the difficulty again. This is important. There's some stuff in the code that happens when you select the difficulty, and you want that to happen twice. And then, now is the time to enter the name that you want. It doesn't matter. The name doesn't matter. The time you take to do that, just make sure that you don't go back again. Because then you're gonna have to select difficulty a third time, and that's gonna mess everything up. Then you start whatever you want. And the thing you want to do is you want to listen to the sounds that Link makes. It might not be the ones that happen because I might have not done it right, but hopefully I did. I'll tell you guys, we'll have a listen to the right sounds, if regardless of if these are correct or not. But yeah, so you press OK, the game starts, and you listen. I believe that these are wrong. I've been doing this wrong several times. Now, once you've confirmed which sounds you get, whether they're correct or not, you can just close the game. It doesn't matter anymore. Just make sure you don't play at all, because, well, actually it doesn't matter. Just make sure you don't save, and then you can close the game. What matters is after you close the game, I'm gonna cover what the correct sounds are. Okay, just give me a second. I'm just finishing the explanation. So what matters is that you don't save after that's done. So what you're gonna get is you're gonna have a file like this. So it's unplayed, and whenever you reload this, you just start like Link just wakes up in bed again. So you can take that file. Oh yeah, the sounds that Link makes when he wakes up are only indicative of if you did it right when you, like, the moment that you created the file. Past that, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, it's only like to confirm that you did it right. After that, they're gonna be like random, and honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. It's really because it saves you time to actually, like, I don't know, like, go play all the way to Dungeon 4 to check your pattern. It's not the most, like, precise thing, but if you did it, like, within the 36 seconds, the neighboring possible outcomes, if you're off by 1 second, like, too early or too late, will give you different sounds for Link. So it's enough for you to know that you did it wrong. Alright? So what happens if you did it wrong, right? What if you did it wrong? Well, you just try again. Except this time you do it like, what, 1 second earlier? Or 1 second later? Until you get the correct sounds. What are the correct sounds? Because I'm pretty sure these were incorrect. I'm gonna cover that right now. I'll just close that so that we don't have the game sound over it, so that it's clear. Right. Alright, so that's the sounds that you want. Obviously, that's not what I got. Because I was probably slightly off again. Recently, every time I tried to show this off, I was always slightly off. But I promise this is the exact way to do it. I was just slightly off by like, maybe I started too early or too late by like, I don't know, 1/10 of a second or something. And it went to the one before or the one after. So again, let's play the sounds again. Alright, so that's what you want. If you didn't get that, you can try again just 1 second earlier or 1 second later. Eventually you're gonna get it, and then you know that you're good. So you keep the file that you made when you get it, and then you can make copies of it in this, like, as much as you want. As long as you don't save over it, you'll be good. You can reuse that file as many times as you want. The requirements for the category are simply to start on an unplayed file. So basically all you need is well, a file that when you start it, Link wakes up in bed. I'm gonna delete this because it's not good, but normally you'd want to keep this, if assuming that you got it right. I know this one is right. Also, before you start your first run, make sure that you close the game, and that on your submission video, you show that the game was closed and that you started the game fresh. You need to show that you're starting the game and that it was not already started on the Switch home menu in your video proof for it to be valid. Also, be sure that we can hear the game sound the whole time in the video. That's also important. Now, if once you've got your file, I mean, you don't have to. It's just convenient, and I'll tell you what the path in the egg maze is once we get there. If you did this, if you haven't done this, you can ask in the Discord. We have a list like of a bunch of different patterns and mazes and whatever. You don't even need that, actually. What you could do is you could just make a new file, play through it, just don't save over it, check what is your maze in the egg thing, right, by doing the trade quest, going to read the book, and then you know what it is. As long as you have your fresh file that is not played, it's always going to be the same thing. So if you're you don't want to do the complicated thing, and you just, then there you go. That works too. All right, now that we've done that, we can start the game. So let's do that. The first thing you want to do is you want to grab the shield from Taran. Now you might be like, but I'm a pro, I don't need the shield. Well, you can't. You have to grab the shield because it doesn't let you leave. You grab the shield. and then you go. We're gonna need the shield anyway, so don't worry about it. Even if you're a pro, there's some mandatory checks for the shield anyway. Namely in the first dungeon. And then you just walk to the beach to get the sword. And you need to shield to push these. All the enemies are pretty random. So they might have different patterns. They might not shoot at you the same way. A lot of practice is needed for you to learn to read the enemy patterns and react to them. And that's true basically throughout the entire game. As you approach the sword, you might have noticed there's the owl comes in to tell you what you need to do. You just smash through the text boxes, and that's the thing. I'll talk about it right now. You just smash through the text boxes. So we read nothing. This is a speed run. We're trying to go fast. It doesn't matter what they say. We don't care. And it just so happens, in German, there's less text boxes, and on top of that, it doesn't have. I'll talk about it when we finish the first dungeon. But there's more stuff. Let's say compared to English. Yeah, overall, it's just because of the localization thing, the way that they handled it. There's less text boxes. You spend less time pressing B, therefore it's faster. So that's why we play in German. All right. So once the owl is done talking to you, as when you approach the sword, you just grab the sword, and then you hold the shield button. I believe that's R. And a direction so you can start moving right away. Obviously you mash through this text box, right? But to show you, there's an animation, like Link does this weird spin attack animation thing, as if you got the sword, to be like, look, I got a sword, I'm OP. But if you hold shield, while he's doing that, it's gonna cancel the end of it, and you can start moving right away. So you save like maybe a second, maybe a second and a half. Just like that. You can let go of the shield as soon as it happens. Just normally, like, Link is holding the sword up, and it takes a bit before you can move. The shield is you start moving right away. So now, well, once we have our sword, we go up, and we go straight into the forest here. The forest is pretty RNG heavy because there's a lot of enemies that have random patterns of movement, and there is a lot of practice for you to. Again, I said this earlier. It's true throughout the game, but in the forest, it's particularly true because you have very limited ways of dealing with enemies. So it's all about how you're moving around them, how you're adjusting to them, how they move. So that's gonna take a lot of practice. I don't have like great tips to give to you except practice, learn how to move and everything. Same with the cave here. The keys are completely RNG. These guys you can just walk through. There's rocks here. I'm gonna talk about this right now, I think. Whenever you push, you need to push things. Right? I can't do it consistently every time. But let me show that again. So you see when you start pushing, Link starts pushing, and it takes a bit, and then it actually pushes the rock. And Link is like once the rock starts moving, Link is kind of stuck in the little, pushing animation, and you only start moving once Link is done doing that animation. But if you press shield at the exact moment the rock starts moving, Link is gonna shield, which is gonna cancel the little pushing animation. If you shield too early, you're just gonna shield and not push the rock, and you're gonna have to start over pushing the rock. And I do believe that this is frame perfect. I don't necessarily recommend you go for that right away. You might end up just losing more time than anything. If you're too late, you cannot use through the shield once Link is doing the push animation. So I just generally go for it. Sometimes I'm too early and I lose time. Sometimes I get it and I gain time, and sometimes I'm too late and it doesn't do anything. And it looks like I'm not even trying to go for it, which is not true. I try my best to go for it every time. I'm gonna try it until I get it. This is what it looks like when you shield too early. Eventually. Eventually. Oh my god. Pretty. Oh, there you go. So that's that. It just lets you start moving right away. But it's really hard to do. So don't just reset just to get it a bunch of times. So we get the mushroom here. Don't forget to shield this guy as you come out. And then we go back this way. Except we need to do a slightly different pattern. We can't do the opposite of what we just did. And go through here. You could either go to the crystals like that or go back around on the cracked tiles. You just get out of the cave. And now we need the mushroom because we need to take it to the witch so that we get the magic powder. We need the magic powder. This is required. But generally, just try your best to not get hit by most things. That's the pro tip. Don't die. Alright, so talk to the witch. She takes the mushroom. She's gonna make the magic powder. Again, we need the magic powder. Magic powder is cool because it's super strong. It's a little slow in terms of attacking, but it's really strong and it kills a lot of things. Like in just one hit. So it's all the moblins in the forest that takes 2 sword hits to kill. They all die to just 1 hit of powder. Like, if you don't get interrupted like that, like I just was, right? They just instantly die. Now, this guy, I tried to have him just go that way. And you want to bother this guy so that he becomes Mario again. It's not Mario, but you know, it's obviously Mario. And you come here, you grab the key, and the owl's gonna come again to tell you to go do the first dungeon. And all we want is really that the owl just stops coming, but he's gonna still come and talk to you, even if you don't want to. And then that's why I tried to do this guy. But if he gets in the way like that, you want to just instantly powder, not do the way that I did. Sometimes he's not gonna get in front of you, and he's gonna throw a spear at you. You could get a little damage boost when he tosses the spear in your back. And it might let you use your iframes to walk through the next moblin. After this, we just go to the first dungeon. You're gonna have to pay attention. I'm not gonna describe like every single movement path unless like it's a little tricky. But like most of the movement is to take the corners as tight as you can. And in the straightest line possible. There's some nuance that comes whenever we can start jumping. I'll explain it when we get there. So there you go. You use the key. We get into the dungeon. And then here, there's a little trick here. And it depends on this little guy here. Right? So you enter the first dungeon, and depending on if the little guy they call the gels, if the gel on the right is shaken as you enter the room, That means he's about to jump like jump on you. If you try and avoid killing it while it's already shaken, it's actually gonna just jump on you. You won't be able to make it past them. So you just want to kill it and keep going when that happens. I'm gonna reset the room a couple times to try and show what to do when he's not doing that, because you can avoid having to slash him and just get past him. It's a little tricky. You need to pass between him and the pit. You want to make sure that you don't hug the pit too close. If you get too close to the gel, it's gonna jump on you. Like it's just gonna grab onto you, even if it didn't jump onto you. You can't get past the gel and the wall. There's not enough space for that. But if you get like between the gel and the pit, you can walk in such a way that the pit doesn't pull you in. As long as the pit doesn't pull you in, you're saving time. If the pit pulls you in, you might tie with slashing it every time. And if you fall in the pit, obviously you're losing time. And if you get grabbed at all, you're also losing time. Okay, that's not... That was dumb. Let me get out of the dungeon to try that again. It's just the reflex, because I do this every time. I do this, like, every time. Reset this. Alright, so I did get, like, pulled a bit into the pit there. Oh my god. So I went too close to it. I think the reason why I'm missing it is because I'm not coming in the dungeon. Let me do that. I'm just used to do it all in one go. Yeah, let's try it. Can I reload? Yes. Okay, cool. Let's do that. Let's just reload every time. There you go. I don't know if you saw. I just did the little movement thing to get in between. I didn't get pulled in by the pit. I didn't get grabbed by it. That's what you want. And obviously, if it's shaken, you just want to do this and you keep going. Alright, here in this, I do 2 slashes. Alright, that's not good. Let me reload again. I do this little trick where I time with 2 slashes. At least that's what I try to do. The reason for that is to get in front of the chest just as the spark gets past it. But also, the moment that you slash is honestly, as long as you're past the first spark, like this one down here, and it's before you cross the spark there, it'll work and you won't get hit by anything except the Moldorm that's around here. So you can use your 2 slashes to hit the Moldorm away if it's in the way. Obviously that takes practice and I'm not perfect at it. Sometimes the Moldorm will get in your way after you open the chest. So now I killed it, but there's a Moldorm here I can show. You can shield, push it. Now I'm gonna get the chest there. We'll ignore that. Try to not kill both. But you can use the shield to push it away. As a reflex thing, if it's right in your face. Just be careful if the spark is right next to you as well. Because if you shield the spark, because see right now I'm not getting hit, right? If you shield and the shield touches the spark, you're gonna get hit. Like that. So that's to keep in mind. Shielding is much faster than slashing. If it's just like real quick. And also you keep moving while you're shielding. Whereas you're not moving while you're slashing. So it's to take into consideration, but obviously it takes practice. The Moldorm is just like a random thing that's just there to get in your way and piss you off, and it's not nice. Also here, you can do this that I messed up. I'm gonna mess up everything all the time. Like this, and then open the door right away. You don't want to do this if the keys is going next to the door. You won't be able to do it if the keys goes in front of the blade trap, because the blade trap will get stopped by the keys. But it saves you a bit of time of walking to the door. So it's a little trick. Hey, Gradula. I'm right. Alright, in this room, it's a bat to you. I mean, it's a bat, but they're called keys. Right? This thing. I'm not covering like every single enemy name. I'm just gonna call them what they are. Okay. The next room, I'm gonna explain. You need to time it so that you get here just as this spark here just got out of the way. If you just walk, it's not gonna work. So what we do, at least what I do, is as this spark, you need. Okay, I didn't explain that. As this spark is on screen, it needs to be on screen. If you do it earlier, it's not gonna work. But let me reset the room again. I slashed 4 times, right? And then we go up like this. And then ideally you want to kill these before they jump on you. And for this block, as you come close, what I do is I walk diagonally like this, and then just as about like before we get past the block, I go up so we start pushing. And the reason for that is because, see, if I just go, it doesn't push. It takes a while to actually push it. But if you're walking against it, let me do it. See, it as soon as I press up, it pushes almost instantly. So you're still moving while it's quote unquote pushing, instead of not moving and just straight pushing against the block. So that saves a tiny bit of time as well. So now, there's a new thing in this room here. I'm gonna save so I could maybe try and show it if I mess up. Because I never do this trick, but it's definitely faster. I just need to learn to do it properly, like muscle memory, which I have been lazy on, but I can still show it. I know it. I've done it a couple times. So as you enter, you want to shield the enemies in the room in a certain way, and you want to move a certain way so that they get in a specific position so you can do the trick properly. I'll try to get it. If I don't get it, or if I get it, I'll explain what my cues are afterwards as to it's just that the enemies are gonna jump right at me right away, so I can't do it while I'm trying to do it right. Right. Oh. Well, I did it wrong there. I think I screwed it up because this one fell into the pit. So basically, you enter the room. As soon as I get past the doormat, I go diagonally like this. And then, as soon as I reach like the middle of the torch, I go back up and shield the one that comes right as you enter the room. And then you want to immediately shield the other one that's coming down towards the torch. And then you powder it right away. They should both die, which will open the staircase. I'll reload because now one of them fell into the pit and it's not gonna come back. I'm trying to show you guys like the right way. I'm just taking a little shortcut to get back there. try again. Like that. That's what you want to do. As you can see, it's really fast. Obviously, it's pretty time sensitive because, you know, you need to bomb the first spiny into the pit and then immediately kill the other one. But it makes it so that they both die really quickly and you can be like right next to the staircase right away. So you spend very, very little time inside the room. And that's just the best method that I know for now. So here, you just come up here. And you can hug the right wall and you just go straight up. You're just gonna get past these freely. And you just grab the feather, which is the magnificent jump button. As soon as you have it, you want to auto load. Auto load, by the way, means you load the autosave. I'm gonna say that word a lot. It doesn't really mean anything without you knowing what it means. The autosave, the game autosaves a lot, so we use that a lot in the speedrun. Auto load means, well, loading the autosave. Okay. And for the next room here, I also have a little trick. So I try to line up with the, you know, there's two tiles. There's a tile here, there's a tile here, and there's a line in between. So I try to go like this and line up with the middle of them, of both tiles. It's not crazy precise, just make sure that I line up like that. And then I just go left as I enter the room, and as I get past the first enemy, I go up a tiny bit and then slash. You'll see I'll do it. And normally they should both fall into the pit with just that one slash. That's what you're trying to do. It relies on entering the room specifically lined up like this and going up specifically as you get past the first enemy. Goes like this. And I messed up. So what happens there is, I believe, I'm gonna reload and show you. I believe I was a tiny bit too late. Yeah. I was a tiny bit too late. So it's semi-precise, but in one slash you get both of them in the pit. After that, I get the feather, you get the key, right? You get the key and then you leave. And now that you have the feather, we can start implementing an additional movement thing, which I'm not gonna say that I'm doing every time. But this game has some vector curving when you jump, because you know normally you can only walk in 8 directions. But the thing is, when you jump, Link kinda does this curving thing while you're midair. And it lets you more efficiently cover distances instead of sticking to just these limited movement options and take a straighter line. But also, you crossed a larger distance if you're curving your jump. Like, it takes you, like, because, okay, let me formulate it properly. So while you're doing these curvy jumps, the time it takes to get from one point to where you land is shorter than if you try to do the same distance with the normal movement options. Since you can take a straighter line, the only reason why we can't jump like that everywhere is because when we jump, Link lands, and while Link is landing, Link is not actually moving for a little bit. So that generally denies you that excellent movement that you would otherwise want. There's a couple of places where you want it, is whenever you intend to to turn around a screen transition, so you can jump into it while curving to get a tiny bit of it. The reason for that is because if you jump into the transition, the game cancels the fact that you're airborne and instantly puts you back on the ground, so you don't lose the time of landing. The time that it takes for you to land from the jump. You don't get that because the game, like, it takes the same time to transition even if you were airborne. So there's no loss, but you still get that little tiny couple extra frames of taking a straighter path towards where you want to go. And the other times where it's relevant, we're gonna get that like in 2 rooms, is whenever you need to jump regardless of the curving thing. Well, if you can curve at the same time, well then you say you're actually like taking a straighter path, therefore it's faster. But that's only because you would be jumping regardless of if you curve your jump or not. Alright, so now that I explained the curvy thing, it's gonna be your job to pay attention to whenever I'm curving my jumps. I'm not gonna mention it every time. I'm gonna mention it a couple times shortly, but I do this a bit everywhere. I'm not gonna call it every time because we're never gonna get through this thing. But I wanted to explain it the first time. So yeah, we grab the key, right? We equip the feather. And then I talked about jumping into transitions. We do that right here. So that we can go straight diagonally, right perfectly around this corner. By repositioning, by jumping into the transition. And then we do it again, jump into the transition. And then we do a little curvy jump to land on the button. You don't want to... You don't want to land, that's important. You don't want to land too close to the right of the pit. If you land really close to the right of the pit, you're gonna be able to start moving before you can actually jump. Whenever there's cutscenes like this, there's like 1 or 2 frames where you can move right away, but you can't use your items. So if you're too close to the pit, you're just gonna walk into the pit and you won't be able to jump. So you want to avoid getting too close to the pit. Optimally, you want to do another curvy jump to get perfectly lined up to open the chest and get the diagonal to get into the next room right away. Looks a little like this. And you can do another curvy jump right here. And up these stairs a little bit. Something about jumping upstairs. We only jump upstairs and not down the stairs. That's because you only get slowed down when you go upstairs. When you go down, you go at the same speed. So when you go up some stairs, you want to jump up the stairs. But if you're going down the stairs, you're not doing it. Right? You can also carry while you're jumping up the stairs. Makes it a slightly straighter line if you intend on turning as soon as you get up the stairs. You grab this nightmare key. You can curve it here as well. Try your best to get the enemies out of the way. You open this door. Alright, I forgot. Important. If you need to fight some enemies while you're moving, right? It takes 10 frames of you not moving while you're just slashing normally. Whereas if you jump and you slash, you don't lose any time being immobile, except the 4 frames that it takes to land from the jump. So essentially, every time that you jump and then to time your attack to slash mid jump, you save 6 frames over just attacking like this. Obviously, this has a bigger area of attack over just that. So obviously, it's up to you then after, like, to choose your movement and test what works depending on which enemy pattern and everything. But generally, being able to keep moving and still get the enemies out of your way is good. This guy, you want to try and get him in the corner. There's a little pattern that I was doing there. If you slash too fast, his iframe's not gonna let you hit him. Once you have him in the corner, you can just spam like that, and it usually works. But yeah, so something like that is the pattern to make sure that you hit him when the iframes are off. Slower than that, he's probably gonna jump away. So when you want to avoid that, you can grab the fairy if you need to heal. You don't have to. If your Moldorm deals 1 heart of damage, and we're about to go right into it. The next room, there's some blade traps as you come out, so don't get hit. The method to not getting hit is either going straight, or what you can do is also what we do is just jump over it diagonally, and then as you wanna approach the diamond door, both blade traps come at the same time, right? So what you want to do instead is as you go diagonally back, you want to bait the top one, and then it's not coming, and you open the door as it's still not coming for you because you baited it to the right. Okay, Moldorm, the boss we're about to fight, is very, very random. So the way to fight Moldorm is we open with a spin attack before its tail can go too far away. And then what I do, I'll do the spin attack, and then I'll immediately transition into jumping 8 times. I jump 8 times because I'm explaining it right now because it's really hard for me to just explain and do at the same time. You jump 8 times, and the 8 times it's just so that I can time it, because while I'm waiting for Moldorm's tail to open back up, I'm looking at Moldorm and trying to predict its movement pattern. Again, I don't have too many tips. Moldorm is very random. So you want to look at it, you want to learn, you want to practice it, and see if you can read the pattern and predict where it's going to be, where you need to be to hit it as soon as the tail opens. My eight jumps are just so that I can focus on looking at Moldorm, make sure I'm not in the path, and I stay out of harm's way. And when that's up, I try to get into position so I can hit the tail when it opens up. So I'm gonna try my best to do it. Hopefully I get it right, but keep in mind the fight doesn't go the same way every time. It's totally random. The opener is relatively similar. He's always gonna go either right or left, so you just go the other way and hit it with your spin attack. But after that, it's totally random. I jumped 7 times, but still works. Oh, something about Moldorm and the spin attack. Something you want to notice is, and it might happen sometimes, something you want to notice when Link does the spin attack, the sword actually has a hitbox that goes around Link, and it actually like follows that. So if the spin attack hits Moldorm somewhere that is not the tail, before it hits the tail, you're gonna be bounced off and you're not gonna actually hit the tail. And another thing you want to learn is the tip of the sword, you know? I don't know if you can see, the sword stops like, there's the middle, like the middle of the tile here, there's a like diamond shaped thing there. You might see the sword doesn't touch that. But in front of where the sword is, there's a little hitbox that you trigger when you release the spin attack. So you can use that to your advantage, not just against Moldorm, but also against basically anything in the game. It's very useful. I use it a lot against Moldorm. I just, align the tip of the sword with the tail. You don't even have to to get into the tail. Just release the spin attack while you're next to it, and you're still gonna hit. I don't know if you can see with the animation there, in front of the sword is still something that gets hit. So that's useful. Alright, so once you killed Moldorm, you grab the heart container. I highly recommend that you grab the heart container. Especially if you're new to the game, you just grab every single heart container that you can. You don't have to cut them just to save like a few seconds. It's not worth having to hunt down healing or dying or anything like that. All these things that can happen and go bad if you don't have enough health are not worth, I don't know, like 4 or 5 seconds of not picking it up. Also, the heart container fully heals you, so don't hesitate to pick it up if you're low health. Obviously, I don't do that like ever. That's a different story. That's when you get to the top level, and that's when I'd say only cut your heart containers if you're confident that you don't need it. That's the only time you shouldn't pick it up. The rest of the time, just pick it up, stay safe. It's way more important. It doesn't save that much time. It might not seem relevant right away. You might already be full health, but if it helps you stay alive later because you have more overall health, then that's what you want. We grab the instrument. That's what we do. We do that 8 times in 8 different dungeons. And also, coming up is the reason why German is much faster. Japanese also is like this. It just has more text boxes overall. In English, you see this text that appear right now? In English does that twice. It goes away, and then there's another line of text that pops up, and then it goes away. So English would lose like around 5-6 seconds every dungeon just to that. English is very, very slow. There's a couple languages that just have that one line. Japanese, being the original one, only has one like this. German apparently only has one like this. I don't know all the languages. I know that English isn't like this. So if you want to do your first one in English, that's fine. But it's really like you're gonna save a lot of time just because you're in German compared to English. It'll be something like 48 seconds something for free just because of that. Alright, tiny movement time. I'm not gonna go over every single potential movement, but something that is overlooked by many as you come out of the first dungeon. Alright, you want to go diagonally. There's a statue there. A lot of people, intuitively, because of the way that the angle of the camera is, it looks like it might be shorter to go this way. It is not the shortest path because you go down and you move down a bit, which means you're never, while you're moving down, you're not going that way, which is the way that you're trying to go. The fastest way is diagonally like this, because then you're always going left the whole time. So that's much faster. So we just go this way, and the owl comes in again. The owl that is gonna tell us what to do. It's in German. We don't understand. It's fine. Unless you know German, it's not important. We just smash through the text, and then we just go. And we're gonna have the little kids here panic because Bow Wow has been kidnapped. You don't have to actually worry about that in this category. We actually completely skip Bow Wow. So as soon as you're done mashing through the kids' text boxes, you grab this chicken. It's called a Kuko, whatever, Zelda chickens. And then you take it on a walk in the forest. You do not want to hit the chicken. I'm gonna call it chicken. Right? You don't want to hit the chicken. That's important. If the chicken is running away because it's panic, because let's see, you drop the chicken down. See, it's peaceful right now. If you hit the chicken, it's like running away, and it's panicking. If it's in this state, the trick that's coming up is not gonna work. You need to wait for it to calm down. So the nice thing that I do while you're trying to, you know, cut down bushes and avoid enemies and stuff, you get it close to the bush, you can toss the chicken, and then it's just stuck like this. It takes a bit before it falls down, but it's stuck on top of you. While it's like that, you can slash the bush and not hit the chicken. Right? So you bring the chicken. You try your best to avoid the enemies. It's not easy. It's not easy. You will get hit several times here. I get hit several times here. And you powder this guy, because it's faster. You keep grinding your chicken. Now here, there's a like. Currently it's stuck. And that's cool because it's gonna let me to explain what I'm about to do. I'm gonna clip it so I can show. So I can replay it. Things to know. Do not save before and reload. It's pointless. The chicken isn't saved where you brought it, so when you reload, it's gonna be back in the village and it's not gonna be useful. So that is a no-go. It's not gonna help you. You can slash the like to get it unstuck. I'll do that in a bit. You don't want to slash it twice because then you kill it. That's something you don't want to do. The likes are very let me put the chicken down. I'll show you with maybe not like that though. Likes kind of try to leash and try to go towards Link, but they move like kind of like on a grid, and it takes a bit before they can turn. Right? Oh my god. I don't want to fall, but right, they'll try to follow Link. So that's how you want to try and bait the like. Obviously, if the like hits us, it's a surface, and that's supported like the pit here. It's bouncing off, and it stops seeing you, and it just heads towards the other direction. Also, once it has hit the surface, it is forced to move for a certain time before it can turn again. And that can cause it to get stuck. And that's how this other one that is now unstuck, that's how it was stuck in between these two. Because it kept bouncing between the two surfaces. When it's stuck like that, you just slash it, and you try your best to get into position before tragedy happens again. So how to get it into position? You want to try and position yourself right here. Oh, I tossed the chicken. Don't do that. Alright. Also, you don't want to get eaten by the like is gonna eat your shield if you wait too long. So important to do is you mash your face buttons, your directional pad, your shoulder buttons, your joysticks, whatever. Let me, I hope I wasn't too late on that. So real quick, there's a tutorial Zelda speedruns on how to do this, so I won't go into much detail for it. But I try to be around here. So things to look at, Link's feet compared to the grass, and Link's right ear compared to the shadow of the phone booth. As you can see, the ear is slightly past the shadow. I'm standing right on the edge of the grass. There's other ways that you can line this up. That's how I do it. I know that others line it up differently. You can figure out what works best for you. And that's all. You just stand there. at this. I try to always be at this precise position. It's not like crazy precise. The goal is because you get eaten by the like, and as soon as that happens, Link lets go of the chicken. The chicken gets stuck between Link and the phone booth, and then the like shoots Link out straight up, but you bounce off against the chicken, which angles your trajectory, so you end up on top of the trees. The trees that are behind you. It doesn't look like we're on top of the trees, but we are. It's just that the collision of the trees are like big, cubes. So yeah, that's the trick. And then you don't want to fall off of these. You want to get on top of these things here. Again, don't want to fall off of that. And you jump. And then you want to jump across here. The fish, the piranha down there, sometimes will jump in your, like, in front of you and ruin your day. You want to jump slash, so you want to do this if it's about to jump, so you make sure that it doesn't hit you, so you still make it across. And then, optimally, you need to cross both the gap. No, I'm just trying to avoid getting hit by the projectiles. But you want to cross the gap between these and the flowers over there. The flowers deal an entire heart of damage. It doesn't matter if you get hit. Most of the times, if you're not low health, it won't matter. But they do a full heart of damage, so believe me, you can clear this jump. I don't know if I'm actually gonna clear it, but if I can see, I'm standing extremely far, and I'm still on top of these. So it's definitely possible to clear the jump. That's gonna require practice. You don't have to clear the jump. Like, you can still make it in, as long as you have the health to tank the hit. And now you're inside the second dungeon, and we skip Bow Wow and the whole thing with the Moblin King and whatever. You light up these two. If you're in the center here, you can light both of them at the same time. Then in the next room, you want to try your best to line up a spin attack. I might die, because I'm no health. You're gonna try your best to line up a spin attack so you can hit both enemies at the same time. Again, the enemies are random, takes a lot of practice. I'm gonna try my best. I messed up. See what I talked about, the extended hitbox when you release a spin attack? I used that just now. So you can do that. Here, do this little diagonal hit there. Helps me get this guy to be out of the way relatively consistently if you're going fast to hit the two switches and get here in position. You can just shield this guy off. You don't even need to kill him. You grab the key and you leave right away. Now here, there's some tricky jumping, and you want to get onto that switch on the button on the right. And as you land on the button, you want to hit the switch so you don't have to hit it after the cutscene. You're hitting it at the same time as you're landing, so it takes no extra time to slash the switch once you're landed. Which I did, but I jumped way too far past the button. That's the power of curving your jumps. You gotta be careful. With great power comes great destructiveness of you go way too fast. Then you grab the key. And then usually, when I jump towards the chest, I try to beat as much to the right as possible. And the reason for that is because, as I've said before, after these little cutscenes, grabbing the key, you can move right away, but you can't use your items for like 1 or 2 frames. So if you're too close to the pit, you're gonna have a lot of struggle doing the jumping right away. So I try to be a bit further to the right, so I have time to start moving, and then I can jump. And you just come here. You need to push these in the middle. The keys get pretty annoying sometimes, but they're kind of random. You can sometimes get this nice damage boost there, but it's very random. Don't count on that. It comes with experience. Try to beat them. If needed, kill them. It doesn't matter. Just don't die for that. Don't lose too much time trying to get it nice and there's some healing there. So as long as you don't die, you're fine. In the next room, there's a boss. The boss is relatively precise to do optimally. I think I have a clip of it, so I think I'll be able to explain it. So let me just do it, and then I'll find the clip. I messed up a bit, but it's okay. So I have the clip. This. So the Hinox, they call it Hinox, whatever, doesn't matter. So what this guy does is if you hit him, he's gonna try and dash to grab you if you just leave him be for a while. But if you attack him before he does that, before he starts doing the little animation that he's like, oh, I'm gonna catch you, he's gonna counter attack by tossing a bomb. And if you once he's done tossing the bomb, if you attack him again, like shortly after he's done doing that, and before he grows to try and grab you again, he's gonna continue to do that, so you can permanently get him stuck tossing bombs at you. Obviously, he's tossing bombs at you, so you want to try and avoid getting hit by those. So what I usually do is I hit him twice. As I get close enough, going straight up into the fight, like that. And then I get closer again, and I try to get 3 hits. But also try to get out of the explosion, so you're gonna see me, I go a bit right there, and I jump straight up. I hit him 3 times. And then as you noted, you might have noticed here, I think on the second slash there, I hit him again after he's done tossing the bomb. He's not quite done with the animation the first time I hit him. So he starts turning towards me, but I hit him the second time, and he instantly tosses a bomb at me. Which is good. So the reason why I do this, it's not only to dodge the bomb, but it's also to time my 3 slashes, so at least one of those 3 hits him as soon as he's done tossing the bomb. And then I get out of that again and do my 3 more slashes. You need to get closer again. You can't just jump right away again and slash. You're not going to be able to reach, because every time you hit with the sword, it knocks you back a bit. So let's just look at it again. Right? So just rewatch that on the VOD whenever you're trying to watch this to like learn the thing. That's the most optimal I've found that you could do this boss fight. Again, there's a fairy if you need it. We just grab health just outside. If you got hit a lot, or if he grabbed you and tossed you a bit, it went horrible, you can take the fairy, but you shouldn't need the fairy. Then you can come here. Here, we'll just try to go up and avoid getting to the thing, getting sucked in. You can open this. Do this, kill these guys. And you get the bracelet. Now, there's a trick at the end of the run where we skip the boss of this dungeon using an item that we get later on. Unfortunately, to do that, we need to just leave the dungeon. And that's why we got this extra key. So that next time, which is at the end of the run, we're not gonna need to get the key. We're gonna need to get the nightmare key, but we can skip a good portion of the dungeon using the warp that appeared when we killed the Hinots. There's a staircase that we could grab now that we have the power bracelet, which is what we just got now. We could do it now, like earlier. We wanted the power bracelet, but basically, don't worry about it. Get the power bracelet, and then we just leave. You auto load, and you walk out. As soon as you walk out, if you hold right to face the rock like this, don't just hold right. As soon as you get control of Link, Link's gonna move right. You can press A, and it's gonna instantly like destroy the rock on its own. Tiny trick, pretty neat. A bit faster than having to toss the rock yourself. And you try to be safe here. And you want to open the warp that's over here. That's important for later. And then we just go back to the village. There's a tiny movement thing that I covered with the glitches MA as well, related to moving in the grass. Normally, what you do when you move in the grass, I could go here. See, Link is moving slowly, so usually when you move in the grass, what you want to do is before you enter the grass, you want to jump, because when you're jumping, you're moving still at full speed, except when you land. And if you're about to land in the grass, what you can do is you can slash as you come down, so you can continue walking on the grass that you just cut without being slowed down at all. And also minimizes the amount of times that you need to jump. So now, based on that information, I've seen many people do that. People usually do this, right? I jumped a bit too early to do that. You might have noticed I jumped 3 times there. There's actually a much better way to do this. Hopefully that's enough to get the grass to come back. Yeah, okay. So instead, you want to slash F on like this, and then I just jumped 2 times instead of 3. Small optimization. And then we get in the shop. And now it's time to cover how to steal from the shop, because yes, we steal stuff from the shop. This thing is 200 rupees. We don't have time for that. So I believe, do I have clips of that too? It doesn't look like it. This? Yeah. Yeah. So ignore the bomb purchasing. That's just for glitchless. I might have to actually do this, because it's different. Never mind. So this guy, right? He turns after a while to look at you. Right? It does a little timer. Once you're no longer in front of him, it takes a while for him to turn to look at you again. And well, once he's looking in a certain direction, let's say that he's just looking up left, right? He actually can see like everything. Ignore that he's turning around. Let's say, just pretend he's continuously looking up left. While he's looking up left, he can see me while I'm here. He can see me while I'm here. while he's looking up left like this. Because he has 180 degrees vision. So if you're within his field of vision and you're trying to leave the shot and he sees you leave the shot while you're within his field of vision, even though he hasn't turned yet to look at you, he's gonna stop you. And that's important. So what to keep in mind is that when you grab your item and you go straight for the door, right? If you just go straight down, he's gonna instantly stop you. Even if... Come on. Even if you did... I don't know if you saw, but you did take... Like, you did turn around before I was down there. Right? Now we did, because I took too long. Again. Because I stopped a little bit. But he did it this time. He's just instantly facing towards you to stop you because he sees me leave, even though he's looking up left. So what you want to do is I'm gonna put the shovel down. I'm gonna do it in one go. But basically you want to go down, and as you reach the doormat, you want to go like this. So that you just at the last moment, you are outside his field of vision, that 180 degrees vision that I said that he has. If you draw like a perpendicular line to where he's looking at, so like this, like a line that goes like this from his face, he can't see you while you're here, right? So let me re-enter the shot and do the steal all in one swoop. Just like that. So the trick here is remember to go a bit to the right before you reach the door so that you can leave with the item while you're outside this field of vision. You need to do it all in one go because otherwise, well, he's gonna turn to look at you before you leave. So that's not gonna work. And then you just go back in and you die. Because if you stole something and you enter the shop, the shopkeeper kills you. And you might be wondering, what? Dying takes time. What are we doing? That's because we also want the bow. And the bow is even worse than the shovel at 200 rupees. It's 980 rupees. It's ridiculous. So we want to steal that too. Now, you might notice here it didn't work because he turned around before I reached the door. And that's why it's also important to do it all in one go as you enter the shop. If you don't, a little retry strat is just make sure he's not looking up left, go here, and as soon as looking up left, you make your way to the door like that. And it's gonna work. So now that you got both the shovel and your bow, we're good to go. You don't have to toss the rock here. Nice trick that you can do is carry the rock all over here and it gets immediately despawned as you activate this warp. So that saves you the time to toss it. And now I'm not dismissing the text box, but obviously you want to do that. What you might want to do is save here. If you're unsafe, you don't have to. You can save after to just retry. I like to save beforehand, just so I make sure that I keep my health and I don't lose extra health for no reason. It's also gonna matter if you want to do the bomb jump in Dungeon 3, you're gonna see soon. It's important that you have more than 2 to be able to pull it off. So that might be important for you. That might not be important if you don't want to do the bomb jump. I'll show you what to do if you don't do the bomb jump. But bomb jump later, we're gonna cover district now. The reason why we're safety saving here. So there's these things here. You can go here and you stun them both like this. You grab one, toss it here, like this, and then you can instantly jump and then you can slash. Now I'm trying to cut it in bite size, so I think I'm gonna take a clip. I think that's gonna be better. And break it down with the clip. No, that's wrong. And that's why we save to save. I'll get it and then I'll explain it with the clip. Again, there's a tutorial on Zelda speedruns, and I believe it's on speedrun.com too, covering district. So if you're having trouble with it, I recommend going to check that out. But okay. So what I do here is I go stand in between both pits, then I walk away, and then immediately powder, so I get both of them at the same time. The reason why I want to get both is just so that the right one is stunned and it leaves me alone. Because otherwise it's gonna come and try to attack you while you're trying to set up the thing, and it's annoying. It's still one powder use, so it's efficient to do it this way. You grab the top one, and you try to line it up as much as you can in a straight line, completely against the trees. Once you're there, you toss it, and as soon as it landed on your head, you jump, and you don't slash instantly. You want to slash a bit later. That gives you a bit extra time to do the powder to re-stun it. To get into position to do it right. You can do it if you slash right away. It's just that it's extremely tight because it starts unstunning earlier, and you still have to land before you can move. So you see, you jump, and I slash towards the end of the jump, and then you go position yourself so you can powder down left. The down left is important, because otherwise it's gonna retract more to get hit by the powder. It's still gonna get hit, but it's gonna be further away and lower from the trees, and you're probably not gonna make the jump. And the next part is just the game being really wonky with respawn. So once it's done like this, you can see the body of this enemy is solid and you can't get through it. But we tricked the game into thinking that the space that we were last on is the one directly south of the pit as we fall into the pit by hugging this enemy. So the game respawns us south of the pit in the middle of the tile. But in the middle of the tile, the enemy is currently occupying that space. So instead of being spawned on the ground, we get put on top of that enemy. Right? And then what I do is I hold shield. And the reason why I hold shield is not because I feel like I want to go slower. It helps for that too. But it's simply because if you're not holding shield, Link gets all kind of slippery and slides off a little because the body of this guy is like round. Because physics and gravity and whatever. So as you walk towards the head, you kind of slide off slowly. If you hold the shield, you don't slide off. You just go straight. And the position that you want to get, and I do this really quickly, right? Is you want to, you see me do that a little bit. you want to go south, right? You want to go south towards the head. And if you just stay stuck against the head and you're not sliding to the sides as you're pushing downwards at all, then you jump off while holding down. If you're sliding to the sides at all, don't jump. Stay on the head. And actually, while you're up there, if it starts unstunning like this, like it's doing right now, if you're not ready to jump, don't jump, just use your powder again. It's gonna instantly restun it as soon as it would start moving, and it's just gonna stay like that and not move at all. So you can take your time, stay on top, make sure that you align yourself before you jump. Just make sure that you're not, when you're pushing down, you're not sliding to the sides. And just repowder the head when it's shaking to unstun, and take the time that you need to make the jump properly. The thing to keep in mind is really how to do this thing and to land that second powder there. That second powder is super important, and the enemy being in as straight a line as you can before you hit it with the sword is also important. The rest, make sure you're hugging the enemy so that the game thinks that you're on the lower tile. Otherwise, you're gonna respawn like to a different tile, like to the right of the pit, for example. And that's about it. Like, you just jump. You just jump and you make it to the tree, and then you're good. Again, this trick is covered in bigger detail. I don't want to make this a tutorial about just this trick, but I'm explaining it the best I can. If you want more information, hit the speedrun Discord. It's on speedrun.com. There's a link for it. And we'll help you. We'll direct you to the tutorial, and we got to give you more help related to that. Okay, and then after this, you want the shovel. Also, little thing is kind of important here. You need to make this jump. It's very scary. The camera angle is very makes this look like an impossible jump, especially because remember when I said that the trees were like cubes? Well, they are. So actually, like, I don't know if you can see, if you look at the linked shadow right now, I'm like completely off the tree. Well, visually anyway. I can be this far out and I'm still on top of the tree. And it's the same with the tree that's on the other side. You can be very far off of the tree, and you can land not on the tree, but you're still on it. And that's a secret. So basically, you just want to jump. Just make sure you don't jump from here, or even though it looks like that's where you should be jumping. Jump from further out. You got plenty of time to make that jump. Just make sure you don't jump too early. Obviously, don't jump too late, but like, that shouldn't be a problem. Honestly, if you just don't jump too early, like, I could be really far out, and I'm not. I'm still safe there, right? And here, like, as you can see, I'm not on the tree, but I'm on the tree anyway. So it's really not a problem to make that jump. And then we come over here, and then there's some weird stuff that happens. We're on top of the bushes. Now, the perspective is weird, and yes, the bushes are really, really tall compared to their model. I can't explain that to you, but you can tell which bush you're on by just looking down there. They're shaking when I enter in contact with them. And then I go like this, and I slash as I go down so I can immediately shovel the key out. And that's how you get the key. And then you go like this, and you can unlock the dungeon. And here is where my speech about how to move in the grass is going to come super useful. The most useful that it's going to be in the entire run. You jump, as you about to enter the grass, you slash as you come down, and then you can walk a bit on the place that you cut, and then you jump again, like this. And you barely lose any time at all doing this. And you don't get slowed down by the grass, so it's the best movement you can do. And you need to go all the way around to get into the dungeon. And remember what I talked about earlier. We're getting into the dungeon when that's gonna matter, but about safety saving before you fall into the pit. Because you can do it after. You can do it if you fail the trick, and just get another gold like that, because it's gonna reset the health of the enemy if you fail. But I do it beforehand because I want to have enough health that I don't die in this dungeon. You're gonna see very soon why. Now, we need bombs. You might have noticed we don't have bombs, and that's because we didn't finish the second dungeon. Normally, in other categories, what we do is we buy bombs at the shop before stealing our stuff. And we do that because we already finished the second dungeon. But in this category, because we want to do the skip later in the run, I'm going to cover it when we get there, we can't buy bombs, they're not in the shop yet. So what we do is we grab bombs from these spots. There's 2 here, there's 2 in the opposite ones. And then we use a pot to smash the door. That's how you open the door. In this next room, enemies are very random. I don't have too many tips. Just practice it. Try your best to not get blown up, and use the bomb enemies to blow up the other enemies. This room is like one of the worst rooms in the game. I don't have a good solution. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's really bad. Good luck. This room is all about adjusting to the enemy pattern and doing your best in those circumstances. There's many different enemy patterns. I don't do it perfectly every time. You're gonna have to practice it and figure it out. Maybe I can help you if I catch you live trying to do some runs and see if I can, try and give you pointers here and there. But it's far outside the scope of this tutorial. So next, once you did that, you grab this key. This is the only key you can get to open the locked door that I want to open. Kill these guys to open the door. You get into this staircase. You open the right door. That's important because we don't open any of the other doors. And then there's 2 options that come to you. There's the optimal option. Okay. The optimal option is completely skipping this room. You just go straight up and leave the room. That's if you need to do the bomb jump. Now if you're not doing the bomb jump, you want to actually get the key that's in this room. So I'm gonna do that so I can show you guys both options. Ideally, you don't want to grab a power up here, but whatever. Now, as you come here, you want to immediately put down a bomb, pick it up, and toss it against the right wall. You don't have to wait for it to blow up. As long as it's next to the wall, you want to watch out. There's often a Stalfos that's right there, and if you hit the Stalfos, the bomb's gonna bounce off and not hit the wall. It went in front of me, so it's not gonna be in the way, but it's often still there. And then you want to kill these guys. You heard the little jingle just because the wall got blown up. You kill these guys, don't get caught like I just did. And then the boss that's coming up, actually we don't even fight them. We just leave right away. We just come here. You might be like, but what's the point? what are we doing here? We do this trick, and as far as I know, there is no tutorial for this. So, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna try to break it down as much as I can. So I slash here, and I use Link's left foot with the black line on the floor there to align myself. It's fairly precise. I want Link's foot to touch the black line, but I as much as I can, I don't want to cross the line. I just want it to, that there's no green in between the foot and the line. I think this is good. So while holding the sword, you press the button for the bomb, and you let go of the button of the sword right after that, so it cancels your sword, and you can pick up the bomb right away. And as soon as you're done picking up the bomb, you just go straight right, and you should normally just get stuck properly. And then I go like this. And then it's a bit of a feel thing. A little bit. You're gonna need to practice it a bit. But yeah, I wait. Personally, I wait. There's one big shake, then two shakes. And then on the fourth shake, I hold left. And then as soon as I see Link starting to go left, I tilt a little bit down left. A tiny bit, but I keep holding just left. It's just I give slight nudge down until Link goes fast. But I return to left every time I do a tiny nudge. I don't know if you saw the nudge. Right there. This is very small. And then you just hold left, and then you end up going fast, and you land on the fence there. Once you're done with that, you just toss the bomb, and then you can jump either diagonal like I just did, or you can take the safe jumping like this. It doesn't matter. Be careful that you get to this before you go up, because if you go up anywhere here, you're gonna get soft locked. Because Link is gonna cross the transition into this square here, and you can't get back on the fence from there, which is very sad. You don't want that to happen to you. Now you're gonna notice the mini boss is not triggering, which is great, because then we can just do this. Do not walk too far north. If you walk too far north here, you're gonna hit the transition and walk off the fence, and that's also very sad. And then from here, you jump, go down, and you land on the chest. And then just open the chest to get the boots. If you miss this jump, don't worry. You don't even have to go back and do it again. You can come here, push this block towards, like, this way, and then this block up, and you can come in. That's the normal way. Once you're done with the boss, you can push these blocks. If you miss the jump to the chest, it's not the end of the world. Now we have the fast boot, so we can go fast. So I'll mention it now. But keep in mind, I'm gonna do that a lot during the entire game. There's several ways to handle. Let me push this. Oh, I can't actually. Can I? No. Okay. There's several ways that you can handle, like, jumping. I'm gonna push this. Okay. You can handle, I said jumping, I meant dashing. Dashing like this. There's several ways to manage, like, stopping the dash. The first method that's easy is you start your dash, and whenever you want to stop, you slash the sword. That stops you dead in your tracks. And you stop exactly where you press the button for the sword. It takes 10 frames. You're not moving during these 10 frames, and then you can resume doing whatever the heck you wanted. You can also slash in a specific direction, which already puts you facing that way. Doesn't matter too much. but it can matter in certain situations. If you need to slash something that's up or down, right next where you stop, just to get an edge, I'll do that. I think I do that once in the game. No, I do that twice. No, in this category, I think I only do it once. But, yeah, it's useful. It's also easy to just stop where you want. The second method, slightly faster if you don't need to slash, but it's harder to do, is when you're dashing, you can stop by holding a direction that does not include the direction that you're currently dashing in. So let's say if I'm dashing up and I hold up right while I'm dashing up, I'm gonna strafe to the right while continuing to dash. But if I hold just right, then Link stops and then goes right. But it takes a tiny bit for you to stop. It takes specifically the same amount of time that it takes to slash your sword, except you're still moving, but you're slowing down. Which means it's slightly faster. It's not that much faster, so it doesn't matter too much. It's harder to control, and while you're stopping, you're also just going straight in the direction, like in that direction. You're not you cannot be going diagonally while you're stopping. It can also be just literally the opposite direction. That's usually what I do. So I just step like left if I'm going right, down if I'm going up, etc. If I want to just stop like that, that's what I do. The other thing that you can do is you can jump quite a bit before when you want to stop, and while you're jumping you can actually continue going diagonally full dash speed. But as you can see, you jump pretty far, so you need to jump really early. But as you can see, I'm clearing the block there. Because I can even though I jump, I can still go like in side directions whilst maintaining full speed in the direction I was dashing towards. And that's actually really important to clear corners and just generally maintain movement. Whenever you're going diagonally like this, it takes the same time for me to go bonk, like if I go here against the wall here and I go straight up, it takes me a certain amount of time to get to bonk here, but it takes exactly the same amount of time to bonk there. But as you can see, I traveled a bigger distance. That's gonna matter if you need to go diagonally and stuff. And it's the same logic if you use the jump to stop your dash. I do that, and I'm explaining this now in bigger detail because you're gonna see as soon as we get out of here, I'm literally jumping everywhere while dashing, and it's a bit overwhelming, and I'm not gonna break it all down. It takes a lot of practice and a lot of like looking at what is being done. And honestly, you don't have to do that. You don't have to jump everywhere like I'm doing. It's my preference to take the corners faster. If you think it's faster to just stop with slashing the sword to take your corners, by all means do that. As what you want to avoid when you're dashing is mostly just bonking on stuff like this, because that takes a bit. If you just don't bonk like that, you're gonna have a pretty efficient time. It's not like the most like fastest method, but it's really close to it as long as you're not bonking on all the things. And that's what's most important. So now that I covered, well, dashing, because we're gonna dash everywhere now, because this is a speed run, so we go fast. You jump over this, and this, and this, while dashing. You grab the key here, And then there's two things you need to do. Either I'm gonna grab this just for the sake of having examples. Two things. If you're not doing the bomb jump, you go down here and then you go straight left back into the boss room, and then you do the exact same trick that we did to get to the boots. I'll show both versions. I'll start with the bomb jump, and once that's done, I'll show the other method, the method without the bomb jump. If you do the bomb jump, there's a tiny extra thing you need to do as soon as you leave this room. That's why I'm talking about it right now. You leave, you go back, and then you come back in if you do the bomb jump. You don't have to do it otherwise. The reason is because it makes these guys respawn. Why you want to make these guys respawn? Because if you don't make them respawn before coming here, they're gonna respawn when you enter here and you go back out and you're at the top here. They're gonna have respawn now, and that you don't want that, because for the bomb jump you want to toss your bomb at a specific spot on the floor, and if they're all like gathered and in the way, they're gonna make the bomb go everywhere. So you don't want to do that. So to set up for the bomb jump, you do the exact same thing we did earlier. You line up with Link's foot, put your bomb down, right? The difference is, at least how I do it, is you go down here, you toss the bomb there, and then you're careful to not hit the transition. You pick up your bomb again, and then it's relatively precise. I try to stand here, and then I toss the bomb. That's how I do it. It might not work like this for you. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do it, and I'm gonna take a clip and break it down. I think that's better, because I'm gonna mess it up if I'm probably gonna mess it up still, but I'm gonna try and not mess it up. Okay. Oh. What? What the heck? Are you for real? Okay. So apparently I got an error. I don't know what that is, because I don't know German. Interesting. My Switch seems to be frozen. Nice. I can't do anything. Great. Cool. Nice. That's not part of the trick. I don't know what's going on. I turned off the switch. I pressed the power button. That didn't turn it off. It seems to be rebooting. I don't know what happened there. Dang. That sucks. Okay. That really sucks. Well, at least we have the boots. Just going back where we were. So when I try to do it again, clip it. Actually, you know what? Is it in the clips? It is in the clips. Oh no, that's the other clip, right? No, that's not. Okay, so it didn't clip. I was too early on that. Unfortunate. What you can do to maybe repair that is grab the heart here and the bomb. But ideally you don't want to mess it up. But I basically, I never do the bomb jump myself. It is faster, so I'm showing it. And no, that was it. That was incorrect. There's a little retry strat if you end up having that and you're still holding your bomb, but it's really precise. Yeah. Hopefully. Any more? Okay. Like that. Dang. I'm sad because I got it like first try and now this thing happened and I can't do it anymore. I got one more try. Just trying to show it off. I'm gonna have to reload and come back again. Because I do want to show the trick, and I want that clip so I can explain what I'm doing. It is not the only method that works. It's my method that I use that works, and I'm sharing it, and hopefully it helps. If my Switch can not die on me with an error message in the language I don't understand. Alright. Alright. Okay, so I tried to stand like right there. Right? I was trying to get closer, but basically what I do is you might see the bomb is going up and down while Link is just holding it. So I toss it when it's high, because it goes up and down. I toss the bomb when it's high, immediately jump from that position where I was at. I use Link's feet and the edge of the little fence block to line myself up. I toss when the bomb is high, immediately jump towards that, like above the staircase, and then I wait for the bomb to start flashing. Which happens shortly after it stops moving. Obviously, it takes some practice, but as you can see, like it stops moving and it's not flashing yet. But I only start dashing after it started flash. I only start dashing after it started flashing. And then you jump not as soon as you start dashing, because I'm not on the edge of the thing. I jump just a tiny bit later, so I'm closer. And if you timed it right, you just get hit by the bomb before you're too low, and it pushes you on the fence. And yeah, that's the bomb jump. And once you're here, you just jump there, and you can literally just take the staircase. That's why you can, if you're doing this, you can skip the key of the green souls in the room. south of here. If you don't want to do this, because obviously it's really, really precise, and as you see, I messed it up a couple times. I'm gonna have to reload because I'm out of bombs. You basically do the same thing. We're just gonna need to get back there. Except you don't do that setup. You just do the thing that you did the first time to get the boots. Except this time you can dash and you're not trying to get off once you're on the chest. I'll show you. That's why I got this extra key. And that's why it's slightly slower. It's slightly slower because you need to take the key. But because of the time it takes to set up the jump and everything, actually going around is not the part that's slower. It's just grabbing the key that's slower. Right, so now you can dash. Just make sure you again that you don't go too far north, and then you can dash. And then you jump on the chest, and then you jump this way. And then you're here. You can get past this block. But then you're behind this one, so that's why you need one key. Alright. So then you dash to this guy, and you can dash here. Now, important. There's a trick coming up that requires an acorn. My method that I've been wanting to try, and I think it absolutely works, and it's really not that hard, involves this piranha plant. The method is you just literally walk into it, use your iframes, and just go down. Why are you doing this? Let me go back. Why you do this is because you take damage, and the acorn drops every time you kill 14 enemies. And it resets if you take damage. That's not the exact rule. There's some exceptions. It sometimes resets even if you don't take damage. I'm not gonna cover that. But what's important is I'm gonna go down that with you guys. I just took damage, so now it resetted the count. Right? So follow along while I count, and while I'm also explaining how to do things. So as soon as you get into this transition, you hold the boots button. That's gonna kill the first guy that's in the room. Don't move. It's important that you don't move. You just hold the boots button, and you don't touch anything else, and you just kill this guy. And then you dash down here to kill the other one, and then you dash here to kill this guy. That's 3 kills since we took damage. Alright, if you're still following. And then you get here. And ideally, you don't kill anything, you don't get hit by anything. And you hit the wall. If you kill extra keys, count them, and you're gonna need to adjust a little bit. Don't get hit by the boss. Unfortunate, but true. I'm gonna clip it and break it down for you guys. Okay, the boss also counts as 1 kill. So the first thing you do is instantly as you dismiss this, you bonk on the wall. I don't know if I said this. And you slash it in the eye until it's fully spread apart. I think that's 4 times. Yeah, 4 times. And then you get to the middle. As you get toward the middle, I start dashing and line up. And you dash straight in the middle to split it in 2. And then you can either do it left or right. It doesn't really matter which one you pick. As soon as you do it fast, you're able to get one of them before it jumps up, no matter which one starts jumping up. That's actually random which one starts jumping up first. Get in position, you slash, and then you slash, and then you can start charging a dash while you're lining up to kill it before it goes away if it was about to go away. And then the other one should be in the air. Make sure you don't get hit and that you jump as it's landing so that you don't get stunned. Because if you're on the ground, as it lands, you're going to get stunned on your butt and you won't be able to move and it might jump on you and hit you. You don't want to take damage at all. That's why we're counting the kills. That's why we got hit by the piranha plant. It's important. So you jump. And then you can use a dash to just finish it off. You could optionally also do again 2 slashes and dash, or you can just do 4 slashes quickly in quick succession. Just make sure you don't get hit. That's what matters. And then I recommend you just grab every heart container. I'm probably not gonna grab everything during this tutorial, but I again recommend that you just grab all of them, and then you grab the instrument. This is gonna bring us outside the dungeon. We're gonna have, again, the little text that comes and goes. There's gonna be a cutscene with the owl. You need to get through this, but we're gonna re-enter the dungeon right away. Because we need to go get some money that we need later. And we need the boots to do that. I could have done that, during the many times that I had to reload, trying to show you guys the different methods of going into doing the dungeon trick. But I want to show it in the right order. Now you might notice we only have 1 bomb, which is extremely low. We want more bombs than this. So what I do is usually I break the pot on the second one there. And I do this. So I have 5 bombs. And careful to not get hit there. That's... Now to explain, the bomb enemy doesn't count, but the little gel, the little red blob that died because of it, does count. So if you counted right, the 3 teleporting birds before the boss, that's 4, this guy, that's 5. Just make sure you don't get hit. It's important. And keep dashing. This guy, if it's shaken, I slash to interrupt and then continue. If it's not shaking, I just dash right through. That's 6. I do 2 slashes here, push. That's 7. I killed another enemy there. And in this room, I do this. That's 2 more. So that's 9. That's the 300 rupees. And then you just load. Get back out. And I'm gonna go a bit fast here. You might want to practice this a bunch. I'm not gonna break it all down. But as you can see, the movement is pretty intense because we can go fast now. You can kill that Borblin if you need to as you come in. You don't have to. Just make sure you keep track of your kills and you adjust. And make sure you don't kill too many things. That's going to be important. And then you warp back here. Now you're gonna have to remember, here you just jump up the stairs and go into the bed. Remember what I said, the acorn drops every 14 kills. In here there's exactly 14 enemies, so it will drop. But it doesn't matter, and you will still be at the same amount of kills that you were when you entered if you don't get hit at any point. You don't need it in here, but because there's exactly 14, it's actually pretty convenient. You can completely ignore all 14 of them, as long as you kill all of them. But they're all in your way, so it doesn't matter too much. Here is one of the places where I use the slash at the end there to get this guy out of the way. Right. And you got the ocarina. You need the ocarina. And then you leave. We're still at 9 if you followed properly. Because there's 14 in here, and it did drop. If you paid attention, you might have noticed that it did drop. We're still at 9. So now we head back. And we take the warp again. And we warp here. That's why we grabbed it earlier. Now we're at 9 kills. So we want to be at 13 before we start doing the next trick. So what we do is we kill these 3 guys here. Oh, and you don't get hit. If you get hit, what's nice though, because it auto-saves, you can just reload this, and you're still at 9 here. Or whatever number you were at. And you can just retry right away. So that's 3 more. It's 12. So if you're paying attention, I need 1 more. To be at 13. I'm at 13. Alright. So now this trick, you can totally start doing this right away as you set up to save. I'm just gonna save and reload and explain the trick to try and break it down as much as I can. I have clips as well to explain it, which I'm gonna use. But yeah, I'm gonna save here. Which means my count is still gonna be at actually, you know what? I'm already good. I already aggroed the guy, it's fine. I don't need to reload. I'm already at 13, so if I reload, the next skill is gonna drop the acorn, as long as I don't get hit. You wanna aggro this guy while hugging the bottom, while being against the bottom wall where I am right now. Make sure you don't get hit. This guy, important of note, as long as he sees you and you're close enough, so about here till like where he is, he's gonna usually aggro you and start shooting you. And he's gonna keep doing that and follow you enough. As long as you don't get past this corner, the corner just south of me. You know, this corner here. If you're past that, he's gonna lose interest like that, and then you jump over him while still hugging the bottom wall there. And then he gets interest again, but he's actually going the other way now. And he's gonna keep being aggroed and doing that until you get past the corner again. So you want to get him completely against that wall on the right. Right? He is completely against the wall right now. So once that's done, you wait until he throws the spear. And then you quickly get past the corner and get into position. Which I have clips set up already for that. I will not be able to explain all in detail. But you get away at the right time so he loses interest. And then you can slash him. It drops the power up on this ladder. I'll break it down. Alright. It drops the power up on the ladder. And we can do an air climb from that to jump on the wall into the ledge down there into the fort. I'm gonna try and do it all in quick succession, and then I'm gonna break it down so you can have an idea of what to expect and what I'm gonna be explaining. But I have clips already set up for that, so don't worry, I'll explain it. Alright. So that's the trick. I'm not gonna retry it, but I have clips already set up I believe this is the clip for the setup. If you reload your save, like on the right of the rock, you can aggro this guy and do what I was doing there. Just get him to aggro you, get past the corner, jump over him, aggro him again, and make sure that he gets against that wall on the right. And then, as soon as he's against that wall, you get and he tosses that spear while being against the wall. You move past the corner, and you see where I am now. I use that little. I don't know if I can show this to you guys. Not really. Kind of. Can I use this? I think I can. I use this here. If you see my mouse cursor right now, I use this here to line, like, using Link's shield. I want the shield to be a little bit past it. It's not like super crazy precise. You don't want to be too far. You don't want to be like not past that little thing. That little dent on the wall. Just a little bit past it. Tiny bit. So I hit it once. And then my cue for the second hit is, I was a bit late on that again. Is I use, let me get my mouse again. I use the nose here to line up with the edge here. The edge here, right here. So as soon as they're lined up, I just slash again a second time. Usually, there's some wiggle room to this. It doesn't have to be this precise, but that's about what I aim for. I try to not hit before that. You can hit a bit later than that, and it will still work. The acorn needs to drop. Basically, again, I can use my mouse for this. The acorn needs to be like on. There's like 2 slabs of wood there. There's one here. There's one here. The acorn needs to be over this one. You don't want it to overstep, like to be completely over it, but you also don't want it to be like just on the edge of it either. So it can be in different, like it's relatively precise, but it doesn't have to be like pixel perfect either. You could also do this with a piece of power, but I didn't route that. That's why we counted. That's why we got hit by the piranha plant. That's why we do it this way. Okay. And then to get into position, I slash down while holding my sword to get my back against the wall as much as I can, to line myself up. And then I let go and immediately start dashing. As soon as Link starts dashing, I jump. That's important because you want to jump over the power-up. If you jump too late, you're just going to pick it up. Before you're going to pick it up, and it's going to trigger, like, wherever you end up finishing your jump. And that's not what you want. You really want to make sure that you practice this properly so that you jump as soon as you can. And then you just climb the ladder. There's literally nothing there. You just climb up the ladder, and Link's gonna automatically, that's why it's so good about this, Link's gonna automatically transition into an air climb. The key here is, you're climbing, that animation at the top there, that Link is like climbing up the ladder, as long as you grab the acorn during that animation, it's gonna work. Link is gonna do the little acorn animation at the spot as soon as he's done climbing up the ladder. But because he actually grabbed it before you were done climbing the ladder, he's gonna go back into the climbing thing, the climbing state, but where he picked it up, which is above the ladder already. So you end up being into an air climb. Now I have another clip that covers that. So there's literally, once you have the acorn at the correct spot, there's nothing you need to do except just jump over it, and climb up the ladder. And the air climb itself does itself automatically. Now, for the next part, and I'm not sure if this clip shows this, and this is going to be a relatively long explanation because I think I did a quick tutorial of this, but I didn't have everything completely figured out, and there's actually a lot that goes into this trick, even though it's relatively short, but it's not like crazy precise, but it's relatively precise for several things that you're trying to do it like all in succession, and if you mess up anything, you need to retry the whole sequence. But fortunately, it's not too hard to practice. It might look daunting. It's a little daunting, but it's not like crazy because you can save right before, and it's just gonna do the acorn every time if you counted your kills right. So you can just retry to like get the guy lined up and put your acorn down and do the trick again. And it's actually really nice. The tricks that we had before that were actually crazy insane, and if you messed it up and you wanted to reload, you had to take 2 minutes to come back or something, and it was kind of dumb. This is actually way better. But I'm not going to talk about the other tricks. So once you're into that air climbing state, well, you go up and you want to jump at the top of the ladder, and you want to jump moving forwards. So you're not going towards the wall yet. You just jump by moving forwards. As soon as you've jumped and you're already going forward, I full tilt upright. And as soon as as soon as I see that Link is about to land, I tilt up, full up. And as soon as like Link is gonna land on the wall, and as soon as Link is looking straight up, I let go of the joystick. Okay? If you want to know the timing, I guess I jump here, but I know that you can jump later than this. You can jump later, and I think it's a bit better if you jump later. It gives you a bit more error margin to get lined up right on the wall. So I jump up, but then as you see, I curve. I curve to the right and then go back straight. And then it doesn't seem like it is, but as I'm actually not touching the joystick, except the only thing I do once Link is looking straight forward is I tap up left, like up left, the slightest up left tap you can think of, and then let go of the joystick. If it doesn't make Link go fast, I try again, just the slight up left tap, until Link goes fast, but every time you let go of the joystick, I'm not touching the joystick, I'm mashing feather so that I can jump at the exact moment that you can, because there's only a tiny spot that you can jump. The reason why I let go of the joystick, and this is relatively important, is because if you're holding forwards, the first thing Link is gonna do, if you're not jumping on the exact frame that you arrive at the spot where you want to jump, is he's just gonna move forward, which is gonna put him in this weird falling state again, and you're not gonna be able to jump anymore. Now, Link cannot stand very long, but if you don't move, you have the time of a full landing animation, which is 20 frames, I believe, to pull off your jump, instead of the normal 4 frames if you're moving. So it makes your window to get the jump a lot larger if you're not touching the joystick. And it's fine because if you jump and full tilt up, you're literally jumping in the water. So you don't actually have to jump full speed. You can just go forward after you're done jumping. And that's what I do. That's what helps me get consistent. Not everybody's going to do this trick the same way, but that's how I do it. And I'm explaining it to you this way because I think it's the best way for me. And now there's several things that can go wrong. And if you're having struggles, I highly encourage you to take a clip of what went wrong and post it in the Speedrun Discord, and we'll help you as much as we can. But I'm trying to break it down the right way to do it. I will not have the time to cover everything that can go wrong. It's already taken quite a bit of time to explain this one, but it's important to explain it right because it's a new one. So you mash feather, right? You go up left until you go fast, and you mash feather, and as soon as you jump, I hold forwards, and as soon as I see Link start moving forwards, I pull back, like I hold down on the joystick. And then if you do it right, Link should move forward, but then kind of move a bit back, and he's gonna like rub against the wall as he falls down. As soon as you're down here, you do not hold down anymore, because if you keep holding down too much, you're gonna clip back into the wall, and you're gonna end up on the ledge that you see. Like Link's shadow is falling onto that ledge there. I don't know if I can show that to you guys. Here, Link's shadow here. If you hold down too much, you're gonna clip back in, and you're gonna be on top of this thing. You don't want that. So as soon as you're falling down here, you hold just right. Because right now, what's happening is you're stuck between this wall. You're kind of clipped in a little bit into the wall, but you're not quite on it. You're actually stuck on top of this one, the one at the bottom. It kind of does this U shape. It goes down here, here, and then goes back up. And you can't see it, but it's there. So you're like on the corner of this here. And that's why you're kind of stuck, because you're kind of half clipped into this, and you're kind of on the corner of this here. So you just hold right, so you can clear this wall that's like this, and you're gonna fall down on top of this here, if you did it right. If for some reason, right, when you jumped, I know I'm pitching a lot of information. If you jump, let me rewind this. If you jump here, I don't know if you see, but I rub a tiny bit, a tiny bit. It's really hard to see. I hit the top of the wall again before falling off. If you hit that and you're not falling off quite, you can keep holding up. As long as you move forwards past that jumping point, there's a stopping point on the corner, and you should be past it anyway. If you land still on the top and you didn't fall off a little bit, keep holding up until you actually fall off, and hold back as soon as you start falling off, so that you can get into this state here. And you know you're get it right when you get stuck like that. You immediately start holding right, and you're just gonna fall there. I hold shield there because when you hold shield on these ledges, it makes it less likely you're just gonna get stuck into the falling state again, because you're like out of bounds. Also, when you're on these ledges, and that's gonna take practice again, I have good experience walking on these ledges. So when this trick came out, it wasn't too hard for me to do this, but I could totally see someone that is less experienced with this to struggle a lot learning this. Right now, Link is too far south. If I move straight to the right, I'm gonna get stuck outside of this wall that's vertical here as I approach it from the right, and I'm not gonna be able to walk in. So what's important before I start moving right is I make Link get centered with this here. As much as you can. It doesn't have to be crazy precise, but it's relatively precise, so you don't get too much on the edges. You want to have 1 foot of Link on the lighter thing, and 1 foot of Link completely off of it. So like, this part here. So 1 foot on this, 1 foot on this. But like, imagine that it's this one instead. So the this foot is gonna be like midair, but it doesn't matter. As Link, try to center Link with this bit as much as you can. So right now I'm not centered, and that's the first thing that I do, is I go up a little bit so that I am centered, and then I approach the corner there. Don't go too far in the corner because you won't be able to actually go up. Try to stay centered, and then same thing with the other corner, and with literally every corner, it's the same thing. Make sure that you're centered. You can dash while you hold your shield. That's gonna make you go faster. Just be careful. There's other things you want to keep in check. This guy is probably gonna grow you and try to shoot spears at you. Your shield should block these. Just be careful that you actually block them and don't start moving away while the spear is literally in your face, because you're gonna get hit. It's gonna give you some knockback, and you might knock you back off of this, which is really bad. Also, when you get around here, down here, if you're still holding shield, that shield has an extended hitbox, and if these guys jump really close, they might bump on your shield, which is also gonna knock you back, and that might cause you to get stuck on something like that. Obviously, now you don't see that in the clip, but I'm giving you the heads up because, as far as I know, there isn't really a good guide on this right now. But it's something to keep in mind. So maybe you want to let go of your shield if they're really close here. Just, you're gonna need practice to get these ledge walkings right. But just make sure you take your corners right, and then you can dash. And then here, I try to just jump up from there. Even if you don't make it to the corner just there, you can actually like jump from this inside this, like, if you jump from here, you could jump from here and to the right into here. Ideally, you would like to prefer to be at least past here so you can jump straight and make sure you don't fall in the water. If you fall in the water, it's unfortunately gonna probably respawn you all the way back where you picked up the acorn, which is not something you want. But what I'm saying is, once you're here, even if you jump a bit too early, you can probably still make it. Just be careful and don't go too crazy. Make sure that you're comfortable with the trick before you do too advanced things. Again, I cannot stress this enough. Make sure that you're centered when you take the corners. If you get too far, like if, let's say that if Link is here, let me rewind it a bit. No, don't delete that. I need that. Right? So Link is here. If I was just a tiny bit more, I went a tiny bit more to the right, it's highly possible that I would not have been able to go up. Like, I would have hit like a wall collision that you don't see. But like, we're inside the wall right now, and we actually, the thing with these weird ledges is this is a wall, but this is a different wall. But it only starts like at the edge of this one. It's really strange. I don't understand how it works exactly, but I know that the way that it's weird, and it with the corners, if you go too far, you get pushed out and you can't actually go back in. So you just want to be careful and practice it. Alright, now we're done with this trick. Obviously, that was a really long explanation, but it's important. It's a new trick, and there's a lot that goes into it. I'm gonna highlight this, and there will be a VOD, so you can rewind that and rewatch it a bunch of times if you need to. But we're gonna keep going with the rest of the run. So now, after we're done, we get into this dungeon, and we go straight into another trick. I'm also gonna take a clip to explain it as soon as I get it. We go over here and do this. And yeah, sometimes I fall off, unfortunately. I don't have, I'll try to break that down too. I don't have a good visual cue for this, so I just go slowly. Yeah. Okay, so you wanna... Is that it? No. Is that it? Yes. Okay. So you dash from here, you jump. Basically, you jump at the top of the staircase, at the very tip top, and then you wanna slash once you're past the wall towards the wall. And that should redirect your momentum towards the wall. And then I slash like 4 times to the right to make sure that Link is going right, because once you're on these walls, you kind of get like stuttery and it's really hard to turn around. But because you're falling, you can just freely slash in any direction you want, and it helps you redirect which way you're going. And then once you're I'm facing to the right and going towards right. What I try to do is do the slightest possible tap that I can. Down left. No, down right. Sorry, down right. And normally you should go fast. If you tap too hard, you're gonna fall off. That's what happened earlier. And also, if you're not quite against the edge of the wall, it might also cause you to fall off. The way that you can tell if you're against, I never check this, is if you stay there a little bit at the top once you land on it, and you look for the stutter. If it's not going up, then you're not completely at the highest point on the wall. You can wait until you get there before you do the slash and before you tap down right. That might help you not fall off. It's just that I try to go fast and I overlooked that bit. But it takes time to wait to see if you're going up. So that's why I cut it out, because sometimes I can still get it like there. So you try to go fast so that you get on the chest there. You just go straight past the corner there, and you just end up being on top of the chest. You drop a bomb and you pick it up immediately, and then go back left on the wall. That's all I'm doing, right? And then once you're past the corner, you might be stuttery a bit with the bomb, if you're not past the corner. But once you're there and you're kind of like flying with the bomb, um, I do a slight down left tap to go fast. This is actually very risky to do that. You might end up going past the staircase, and if that happens, you're just gonna fall off. So to stop going fast, you push up against the wall, and Link's gonna resume stopping. And because you're kind of floaty with the bomb, you can literally just free look in whichever direction you want. I don't have a good visual cue to help, to know exactly when to look up. So what I do is once I'm up there, if I'm not already kind of climbing up, like gaining height at the staircase, I just do some slight tap up left until it starts going up. You can clearly see it when it happens. I just make sure that I always push back up after doing my up left taps, just to make sure that I'm holding up when it starts going up. And then there's another step after this. You see that little bump there that it does? Once that's done, I do this a little up left tap again. And then you let go. As soon as the little you start climbing up, and it does this, I do a slight up left tap, and you let go of the joystick. Link is gonna go fast and land just on the edge of the fence. If you're still holding any up or left, you're gonna walk off the fence as soon as you land on it, and you're gonna be sad. If you don't really touch anything, or if you don't do the uplifting, it's gonna take a while before you can land on the fence. You can still make it, as long as you wait until it does the little bump thing that I showed you when to do the uplift. You can still get out the fence, and it's safer. You're less likely to fall off, but it takes a while. Like it takes a good like 4 seconds extra to actually like drop on the fence. And then once you're on the fence, you toss your bomb, jump over. Make sure you jump before you start moving left so you don't fall into the staircase. And then the trick is basically done. As long as you stay on the fence, you should be good. And then you just go this way. You dash. Make sure you jump over this. And then fancy, you don't have to do this, but you can dash and then grab it. If you're not comfortable doing that, there's other avenues for you. You can just dash, and as you pass nearby, you can just slash. That should grab it. Just like this. This should grab it too. And if you do the thing, and oftentimes what happens is I slash down too late, and I don't grab it, what you can do, taking that little hitbox of the spin attack into consideration, this doesn't grab it, but if you're like this and let go, it's gonna grab it as soon as you let go of the spin attack. You want these bombs because we have very few bombs in this category. And then we just grab the boss key here. And then you go up here. Try to not get bullied too hard. Careful here. You grab this key. And go back the same way you came. Here, this flying enemy here might start spinning before you can hit it. If it happens, just go around it and jump like this. It's gonna work. Oh. Yeah, you just avoid killing these two, because I'm gonna kill them now, but avoid killing both of them, because then you get a cutscene when the key drops, and that loses time. So try to make sure you only kill one of them. I'm gonna show how I do this guy. You know, actually I have a clip of that too, so actually I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna show you the clip and break down how I do it and why I do it. This is the method that everybody do, but I can do the most optimal one, so... Yeah. I have a clip that's better than this. And the reason why I came up with this is because this is a completely 100% always this way if you make no mistakes. Where is this one? So here, I charge my spin attack, and I get to the corner, and I wait until he hits the corner there, and you release the spin attack after that. And then while you're still doing the spin attack, you want to keep holding B so you can charge another spin attack right away without having to slash. And you release it as soon as it's ready. And then you can do that a third time, as long as you're not too close, because when it spins it might hit you. You want to avoid that happening because it's going to prevent you from doing all your hits. It's not the end of the world if, like, for example, you only get one off, and then you can maybe get some slashes in before it goes too far. Maybe you get 2 spins and then it goes away. That also can work. It's gonna require a little improvisation for the follow-up. But basically, no matter how many hits you get, at least as long as you got at least 1 spin attack and like a couple slashes or 2 spin attacks, you can finish him off relatively quickly afterwards. He's gonna go up, right? And then he's gonna stop in front of the door. And then 2 things can happen. And that's why you can see, right, I'm already charging my spin attack to the facing right. And I'm gonna head towards the corner and camp there. two things can happen. Now he's either going left, which not what he usually does, but he can do that sometimes, or he goes right. If he goes right, I'm gonna peek out the corner while still holding my sword, then let go. Once I'm lined up, let go of the joystick, shoot an arrow while keeping my sword out, so I instantly get my charged spin attack back right away as soon as I'm done shooting. Go back into the corner, and then I can finish him off with spin attack. And the reason why, and that's not what I did earlier, but the reason why you want to get the spin attack charge right away is because if he goes left, then you'll need to shoot an arrow because he's coming your way right away. So you can just do two spins the same way that you did after he hits the wall, and then do another slash. Now, if you get the arrow off, you only need one spin and one slash. But if he comes right away, you can do two spins and one slash. You have time to do that. Same thing, if you didn't get all your hits in the initial corner, you can get some extra hits when he gets in the corner again. So with practice, this method has a lot of margin for error, and I much prefer it to the most, let's quote unquote, optimal method, because it's the optimal method is actually more complicated, I feel, and it doesn't have good fallbacks, and if you're not like super precise and you get it right, you just gets away and then you're screwed because there's no good way that I've found that you can, recover from it. Whereas this method actually lets him get away and in a controlled way so that you can always recover no matter what happens, because the recovery is actually part of how you do the thing. Right? So wait, let me let it play again. Yeah, and I'm gonna put it. There's another slash that I skipped there, but let's just let it play the whole thing. Alright, so that's how I try to do this fight. That's not always how I do it. For the holding the spin attack to the right is a recent addition, and I usually forget to do it. But yeah. Then you wanna come over here and dash through these guys, and you get the flippers. And once you've done that, you can just auto load and then we leave. And then, actually, no, that's not true. Actually, well, maybe you can leave right away, but I personally, and if you're just starting and you didn't get the trick to get on the fence, super fast, and you use quite a bit of bombs and you might be really low on bombs, like if you just have 10, for example, which is likely, I highly recommend that just before you leave, you actually go back here, and I do that every run, and you just grab these again. So this is gonna give you a good amount of bombs, and we're actually grabbing another set of 10, and that's actually too many. But then you leave, and then we come here, and we come learn this song here, which is the best song in the game. Nobody else has any right of claiming anything else. This song is the best song. Right. So now that we got this, I can explain why we don't finish this dungeon. It's simply because if you finish right now, as soon as you warp the way that we're gonna go, a ghost is gonna appear and it's gonna prevent you from actually going into any more dungeons until you do the quest that it wants you to do. So we actually finished this before we finished the second dungeon, which is at a place where the ghost will not spawn. Um, so that's why we leave it for later. We leave it for when we don't need to go where it's convenient to come back, and we don't need to go where the ghost is gonna spawn anymore. But yeah, so we come out, we get the song, and then we get back on dry land, play the song, and go here. And what we do is just dash this way, and we just go straight for the next dungeon. Down here, it's a little 2D side-scroller swimming segment. Now in this dungeon, this room is a terrible room. I tried to dash to kill these guys, but they're pretty annoying. They tend to block, but sometimes they don't. You need to kill all enemies in that room, and then you come here and do this. And I usually kill this guy because he's annoying. Push these blocks. The red guy might be annoying. Deal with him however you want. Doesn't really matter too much. Grab the key. Load back to the entrance. Because we only need... This is just the only key that you can get. Before opening this door. So... That's why we go do that. And then go here. And you need to kill all enemies here. And you need to fight this guy. This guy, you need to collapse him and then blow him up with a bomb 3 times. And we do that 4 times. So that's done 3 times. And then he goes away. And then we need to go find him again elsewhere in the dungeon. Which is exactly where we're going right now. But we take a tiny detour. Tiny detour. Here. To get more bombs. Now, you don't necessarily to get this many. It's just a safety. In case you use a lot for the mini trays that require bombs, so you could try them a couple times. So this guy is here again. I just fight him like relatively the same exact way. And then he goes away again. And then we go find him again. In a different room. This room might do this. A dash, pick up the pot, toss this on this guy, slash it and jump up over the spark like that. You need to kill the enemies for the door to open. And one of them is like on the other side of that block that you need to push. And for you to clear the spark, you need to be pretty fast. So that's why I do it this fast. Now I screwed that up, but it's not the end of the world. We have a lot of bombs to spare. And that's the whole point, actually, to grab all these bombs. Now here, I highly recommend that you safety save. You don't have to, but if you mess up the next trick that we're gonna do, the game auto saves and you can't retry. and you're forced to fight like the boss of the dungeon and go get the nightmare key to get in it, and that takes like 2 minutes, and you don't want to be doing that when you're gonna see the trick if you haven't seen it before. But the trick skips basically the rest of the dungeon, so you want to get this. So a safety save, and then I immediately load my safety save. Saves a menu over, loading the other load and then saving later. Now the setup for this is relatively precise. I go straight down, slash, put the bomb down on the corner there. Put the bomb again on the corner, get here, slash to the right. Put the bomb down again, do that again, but then I end up here. If you get pushed like this, you did it right. I'll clip it, don't worry. Okay, and now this happened really quickly. So let me clip it, and I'll explain it again. We're on the wall, by the way, if you're wondering where the heck we went. You enter here, you immediately go down left for the boss to jump that way. I slash him while I'm behind him right away, so he doesn't move. Put my bomb down, get into this position, just because it's easier to go place the bomb in a straight line. And then take position there so I can slash him the right way to keep him in the corner. And then I go to my spot again so I can place the bomb easily at the right spot. Place my bomb. But before it, and then I slash him again. But this time I get between him and the wall. And you're gonna know if you did it right if as he dies you get pushed back. You're gonna see Link is gonna get moved to the left. So you see that? You get like teleported. That means you did it right if you're against the bottom wall. Now the next bit is a little bit, tiny bit RNG, but you can adjust to it no matter what. It's not exactly RNG, it's actually dependent on how soon you pressed, or how soon you drop your bomb down, which is kinda RNG, but because we're not like robots that press the first frame that we can. The hookshot is in the air right now. It's gonna start falling. I put a bomb down under it, so that makes it bounce in the air because it can no longer fall. Like the bomb appears under it, but it doesn't want to get like clipped into the bomb, so it shoots back up. While it's shooting back up, I move to the right so that you see the lighter green band on Link's hat. I try to get that the line between that and the darker green lined up with the. I have my hair in my face. I tried to get that lined up with the bomb's fuse as much as I can. It's not the most precise thing, but you don't want to be too far off of that. And then you want to pick up the bomb while holding and as soon as you start picking up the bomb, you hold right. You don't want to push right before you press A. As soon as Link starts picking up the bomb, you hold right. And the timing to pick up the bomb depends on how high the hookshot bounced, and that depends on when exactly you drop the bomb down. And you want to pick up the bomb so that you start picking up the bomb before the hookshot is done falling. It's gonna fall on top of your head, but it needs to land on your head while you're picking up the bomb. If that I don't know if that makes sense. And then what happens is if you're holding right, the game is gonna put you on top of the hook shot. You can see that right here. But also, the hook shot's gonna get launched super fast, like off screen. And because you're holding right, you're gonna walk off the hook shot, and you're gonna fall on the wall. As soon as you don't see Link anymore, you let go of right. Because if you keep holding right, you're gonna walk off into the transition, and you're gonna fall off the wall, and you don't want that. Once you're on the wall, you need to go down a little bit. You can't see yourself once you're there. Just it comes with practice. You want to go down a little bit and then go right. And that's the trick. So let me show you the whole thing again. There's an excellent tutorial for this trick on Zelda speedruns. Highly recommend. But yeah, so that's the trick. And then once you're on the wall, just dash this way, and you pick up the instrument. Now this is gonna put us outside the dungeon, but we need to go back in because you might have noticed we didn't actually pick up the hook shot. We used it to get launched, but we also, in the process, we yeeted it out of reach, and it's impossible to actually pick it up. Because it lands like, it's weird. It lands outside the room, but it only exists while you're inside that specific room. So, because it's outside the room, you can never pick it up. Because if you want to go where it ends up at, it's not gonna be, it's not gonna exist at that spot. If that makes any sense. So we need to come back here, and it's just gonna be there. Then we otherload and we leave. And then we get the song and the hookshot. And we warp out to this same spot that we warped last time. Up here. And now we need to go get the key for the next dungeon. The shortest path for this is down here. Now here I equip these. No, and sometimes that happens, unfortunate. I normally try to jump over it, by the way. Make sure you kill this guy. Then here, I usually get hit by this guy and immediately transition into dashing. And the reason why I get hit on purpose there is just to make sure that the acorn is not gonna pop. Because we're gonna, here we kill like 10 guys, maybe 11 guys. Remember, the acorn is every 14 kills since last time it dropped or since you took damage. So it is extremely likely it's going to drop in here, and a lot of the time you're in very tight quarters, and it's really hard to dodge the acorn and not pick it up. So that's why I get hit on purpose there. Unfortunately, sometimes the other power-up in the game also drops in here. There's not really anything I can do about that, unfortunately. There's no reset switch on that one. It is what it is. don't get hit by the statues if you can. They do 2 hearts of damage. They would instantly kill me right here. If you want to stay safe, what you can do is you can shield and just shoot. And if they get too close, the shield is further ahead of you, so they would bounce off of your shield before they hit you. So even if they were about to hit your shield, if you shoot your arrow then, you'd kill them before they touch you. But if they get too close, that they will hit you when you shoot, they would bounce off your shield. So you're totally safe. You're not really safe from other things, but you're safe from the guys if you're waiting for it to be possible for you to shoot them. I recommend grabbing these. I don't think they're 100% needed, but I often use up all my arrows, so I recommend picking them up. Now this guy, I have a clip for this guy too, already prepared. Okay, so after the fight, I'm just gonna say this real quick. I equip this, I pick up this, and then as soon as this is done, I hold the direction and mash the ocarina, and the direction cancels the there's a little animation after you're done with the text box. No, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna show you the fight again. But yeah, I just wanted to say that while I had it in mind. Here. So what I do, not everybody does it this way, but what I do is I hold a spin attack and I hit it right away, and then I hold B, so I start charging another one, and then I move into the corner. Make sure you jump when it lands, otherwise you get stunned. You don't want that. As soon as I landed back on the ground, I do my spin attack, and then I wait until he's done recoiling to shoot, and then I shoot the next arrow like again as soon as he's done recoiling. That's important because if you shoot earlier between he has iframes and it's just gonna bounce off. Also, these 2 shots are extremely precise. If you shoot any later, it might also, the last arrow might not make it. It's gonna have iframes again as he's about to try to jump in the air again. You might be safer going for no arrows and just trying to do more spin attacks. The fight isn't like super long. You just need to practice it a lot. But this guy is designed in a very frustrating way, and I like to just get rid of him as fast as I can. So that's why I do it like that. So let's have a look at the fight again. Right. So that's this guy, and then you warp here after grabbing the key. And you go this way through the water. The little flying guy here is extremely annoying. He's often just gonna be in the way. Make sure you don't get hit by this guy. This guy isn't famous for killing everybody. Don't get hit by this guy. The guy that drops bombs might cause you trouble and distract you, and you might get hit by the guy and you might die. Because again, these guys do 2 hearts of damage. As you can see, I don't have that anymore. So yeah, don't get hit by the guy. Use the key that we just got, open the dungeon, get into the dungeon. Now in this dungeon, we're gonna do some fancy bomb floating again. We call that bomb ballooning. In this room, what I like to do is something like this. Now the reason why I do that is because there's other ways to do it. You can do this, but then the Shy Guy is really close to you and it's awkward, and sometimes you might like bump into it, sometimes it might not be quite cleared, and then you might hit it with a hook shot. Especially hold on, let me hit the switch again. Especially if instead of dashing straight, you just do this. Like, it's literally not moving the whole time, it's literally in front of you. It's pretty obnoxious because it doesn't move while you're dashing. So you either want to do this, which I personally am not a fan of that because it's really close and I'm worried I'm gonna get hit. So what I like to do is this. So for some reason, if you're dashing but you're in the air because you were jumping, this guy just moves full speed instead of not moving, and so he's completely out of the way and you don't have to worry about him at all. And you need to kill all the guys in here to get the staircase. And then you can jump off right here, start dashing, jump, and then do the again, and then jump right away and you're here. Now in this room, I like to just dash right as I come out here to try and kill the Moldorm. If I can't kill the Moldorm before reaching the wall, I try to get hit to damage boost, like get hit by the Moldorm on purpose, and then shoot the wall with a bomb arrow. Make sure you don't blow yourself up. Your bombs do 2 hearts of damage. It's unfortunate, and that's why I do it this way. And that's why I talk about getting hit by the Moldorm on purpose. It's because if the Moldorm, because the Moldorm is completely random, if it gets in front of you, it might shield the Wizros, but it might also cause you to blow yourself up because it might be in front of you, and the explosion might hit you if it's too close to you when you shoot. So I tried to kill it right off the bat, but the window of time to do that is really tight. So if I'm about to reach the wall, I stop dashing, try to get hit by the Moldorm, and immediately like shoot the back wall. So I have iframes. I can blow up, not get hit by my explosion, and it kills all the things anyway. It's the backup. I try to make sure that I try to be as safe as possible and not need the backup. Once you kill the enemies in that room, you can come out up here, grab the bracelet. You grab the bracelet, and we just load the autosave. Auto load again. And we go this way. Make sure that you don't hit bonk on the elephant statues there. And then you just need to survive the floor that's trying to kill you here. I like to slash the last one so I can just dash straight like right away. Now you got the elephant statue, trust it against this door, and in the next room, I stand on a specific spot. I have a clip. I stand on a specific spot, and I shoot 2 bomb arrows. And the critical thing is, make sure that the first bomb arrow is blown up before you shoot the second one. I'll do it, and I'll break it down a bit more. Then you want this, and you grab the arrows. This. Right? So I stand right there, and then I shoot so that I hit the Wizrobe right in front of me. As soon as it's blown up, and while the arrow's traveling, I reposition myself so I can make sure that I lined up my shot properly. As soon as it's blown up, I shoot before they can go away. And again, make sure that the first bomb arrow is blown up before you shoot the second. Otherwise, you can't have two bombs at the same time on screen. So if you try to shoot a bomb arrow while there's another bomb arrow on screen, it's only gonna shoot an arrow because you can't put a bomb down because there's already one on screen. I'm gonna let it play again. Okay. So that's the trick. Well, the strat. Speaking of trick, there's a trick in this room. But before that, we killed these. Oh, there's a... Okay. If there's a power-up, you can try to jump over it. We come and grab this key. You don't need it right away. But we just come and get it, because we're gonna need a key. I didn't jump over it. If you're low on bombs / arrows, there's a bomb and an arrow here. You shouldn't be low, but it's there if you want it. Just thought I'd let you know. And then we do this, which is the similar idea than the thing in D4. Let me... this one I'm gonna need to break it down a bit more. So you can do the dash, and then you jump at the top of the stairs, and then you slash at the right time. But then you go fast, and then once you're at the corner... Well, I didn't go fast, but let's go slow. Once you get at the corner, you get all like jank like that. And I usually do it fast, so that I'm standing. There's a little spot that you can literally just stand forever. You can even jump in place, whatever. Like, I'm standing there. We're totally fine there. Now, if it takes a while to get the hang of where this spot exactly is, so if you don't know, what you can do is just as you do this, you just lightly tap up, tap up, tap up, 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 until Link is literally just standing and not falling anymore. Like this. Now, obviously, I do it much faster than that. And I went past it. Again. And basically, I'll do it again. Notice Link kind of stutters faster as you get closer. If you get past it, Link just stops stuttering altogether. If you let go of the joystick, as it's like super fast, you can just stop. You can learn to just stop at the right spot. Obviously, it takes practice. But yeah, once you're there, once you're at this spot, you do like earlier, you put a bomb down, you pick it up, and now you're just floating, and you do the same thing as in D4. But I have a little cue that I can give you guys. Let's go slow. I actually have a visual cue on this. I wait until Link's hair is over the staircase, and I wait for like 2 stutters. 1, 2, and then go up. And there it is. Obviously, I go fast, but that's it. You're on the fence now. So I'll do it again fast. So I'm throwing this bomb away. And then you just do this, which is scary, and then you jump over here while you're all defense the whole time. And you grab this spot, toss it on the chest. And so now you obtain the key, but you're still on defense. And then you jump over here on the other side. And then go this way. So now we are going backwards in the dungeon. And then you just leave, because you're supposed to come from the other side. And then we just ignore these guys again, because we're supposed to come from here. We're literally going backwards, so we don't have to do any of the things in the rooms. Again, going backwards, the doors close behind us, because normally if you're in that room, well, you're coming from here, so it's not blocking us for coming here. These things, what I just did is basically I broke the top parts. I got in the corner, you toss it diagonally that way, and the other one's the same thing, diagonally this way. That is relatively precise. The normal method, you're supposed to actually get them in the reverse spot, so from the black tile here this way, and this one from the white tile here. But yeah, that's relatively simple. We have bombs here, we need those. And then just dash down here. In this room, at the bottom, I just dash down. It's kind of tricky to do. I stop before you bonk the wall, which might happen to you a couple times. I don't remember of a different method of doing this room. I say practice. And then you go back this way. Here, I hookshot this guy, and then you slash it twice. If you need healing, for some reason, you're not confident with your health going into the boss here, you can light both torches here. It's gonna kill both sparks. Each of the spark has a 50% chance of dropping a fairy when it dies. So the possible scenarios are 1 fairy, 0 fairy, or even 2 fairies. 0 fairy is as unlikely as 2 fairies. 1 fairy is the most likely outcome. But sometimes unlucky, sometimes more lucky, even though, you know, 2 fairies is way too much help regardless. And now, this fight, I'm just gonna do it. I have a clip again ready for this. I'll break it down with the clip. Yeah. So that is very scary, by the way. That boss fight is that. I think that's the thing. Yeah. So the first thing is I get on this tile, and then I wait for that floor tile at the top to start moving my way, and I shoot it. I shoot at it. You want to be close enough to the right so that the explosion hits the boss. As soon as I shoot, I get ready because when the explosion goes off, that's when I want to put the bomb down. And then I go deal. I get out of next to the bomb, so that the floor tiles don't go hit the bomb, and go deal with the floor tiles that are rising on the right side. I try to stay relatively close to the boss still, so that as soon as the explosion goes off again, I can put another bomb down. The reason why we're not shooting here is literally just to save some arrows. It's important because we need more arrows. I mean, you don't have to. I'll show you extra drops, but I like to not have to go get them. So you put the bomb down again. Deal with the tiles coming your way again. Make sure you get out of the way before they start hitting the ball, because the tiles are trying to hit you, not the ball. It's just that if you're not careful and you don't move out of the way, they're gonna hit the ball, which gonna send the ball flying away from the boss. Now after this, he can be in different spots. So usually he's gonna be there. Can I use my mouse again? Yeah, usually he's gonna be there where he is right now. So when that's the case, relatively easy. You could just like do what I'm doing here, right? Shoot there, but sometimes he's not there. He's actually over here, like same like height. Let's say he's on 6 tiles, but he's just shifted 3 tiles to the left, so he's like over here. So when that happens, instead of being here and shooting straight that way, you can like move like here and shoot that way still. Just wait a tiny bit more for the floor tiles to start flying your way so you don't miss. And the explosion should still hit him. And then once you did that next shot, I usually head for the right. Because the floor tile is gonna start flying there, I can break it. And usually he's gonna pop up here. I believe on this clip he actually pops up here, so it's perfect to explain. But that's what he did, right? What I did. So when he's right here, you have several options. You can get hit by this and shoot the pot, but that takes a lot of quick reaction time. You can step on him, shoot the pot. You can step on him, shoot the floor tile like above Link right here that's gonna start rising. You can just not take damage and just wait for the next floor tile to come your way from the left side. But also on this clip, I believe, yeah, he spawns more to the left again. So when that happens, what you can do is get out of this spot, go up a little bit, and just shoot straight to the left at the floor tile that's coming your way from the left, like I do here. And then I go to the left, and he's gonna very often just be exactly there, right? But sometimes, again, sometimes he's gonna be here. So when that happens, you can just like go up a little bit and shoot the floor tile straight to the right. And yeah, that's usually what I try to do. Obviously, it's really tight. If you do like anything wrong, it's easy for this fight to go super wrong, because he's trying to open pits in the floor. Like while he's up, if you don't blow him up right away, he's gonna make like pits appear everywhere on the floor. You're gonna fall down, and it's gonna be a mess. It's gonna be like atrocious. If you don't do this fight this way, and you end up that he has no more projectiles to throw at you, he's gonna start throwing pots at you. Once he's done with the floor tiles, but once he's done with the pots, he's gonna start appearing closer to the walls, And then once he's next to the walls, because right now he's like one tile away from the wall, right? There's 2 tiles here. But he'll start appearing closer to the walls, and once he's closer to the walls, you can directly just shoot the wall next to where he is. And that's gonna work too. That's in case you get too far. Otherwise, if he doesn't get next to a wall and there's no more projectiles to shoot, I guess you could just put a bomb on him and try to not fall into the pit until it blows up. That's the casual strat. But yeah, generally you just want to get it right. I'd recommend watching it. I'll let the clip. I'll rewind the clip, let it play again, and then we'll continue. We'll keep going. So one thing that's careful, just if you shoot too late and the projectile is really close to you, you might blow yourself up, which is extremely dangerous, and you just generally don't want that to happen. I highly recommend grabbing the heart container if you're low on health. Or just grab it in general, because you might need the extra health and like for the final boss fight, because the final boss fight is very mean and very difficult. It won't look so hard when I get to it because I'm really good at it, but especially if you're learning the game, I highly recommend that you grab like all the help that you can so that you can stay safe as much as possible. Okay, so we're done with this dungeon. So we play the song again. And we go over here. I like to just jump over this guy. And then equip the hook shot. And this is how I do this segment. It's it's deceptively precise. Any small mistakes results in different enemy patterns, which are otherwise not RNG for once. But if you make any slight differences in movements, the enemies are going to be slightly different, which is going to cause you to need to do differently afterwards. Yeah, and I highly recommend you practice the segment more than it seems like you should practice it, because it doesn't look like crazy complicated beyond, knowing which sign to read in which order. But I promise you there's more to this than it seems. And no, I'm not gonna break down everything that I do there, just rewatch it on the VOD, it's fine. It's very clear what I'm doing. Just do that. And it's fine. Others do different things. Here, for this song, we need 300 rupees. So that's why we grabbed the 300 rupees way back. Once you're done, we play our best song again. We were here. And then we go to the village. on the way to where we're going, you want to equip this new song that we just got. And you need to push this. And then we play the new song and do necromancy, I guess. And you go back out and you talk to Marin. Hey, Kim's dead. You're late. It's fine. I'm doing the tutorial. Ask me anything. So once you're done learning the song, you say yes. Don't say no because she's gonna sing the song again. That loses time. And then we go this way. There's a fairly precise dash in the woods here. And there's a string of dashes back to back. You ideally don't want to get hit there. And you need the rooster to fly up the ladder. And then we do a new thing, right? So make sure the rooster is at the top of the ladder there. And then you go down the ladder. And then you jump. You jump with the feather and tap up a tiny bit. And then you want to try and stay where you are. And make sure that you get the prompt to pick up the rooster. You pick up the rooster. And then you tap up. Just a slight tap up. And then Link is gonna do... It's gonna do a weird movement. As soon as that happens, you need to hold up. So I'm gonna fail on purpose to show you the movement, like where you need to tap up, like when you need to hold up again. So I pick it up, I tap up, and then did you see it did a weird jerk movement before going down? As soon as you see that, you need to hold up. But you need to make sure that you just did a tiny tap up and you're not touching the joystick until that happens. Like you do this slight tap up to get moving, and that will happen if you hold up too early. You're gonna do this, and then you're not going anywhere, and you're gonna fall inside the ladder. You don't want that to happen. What you want to do is do this. Now, unfortunately, I can't just pause in the middle of this thing, so I'll make a clip there and try to break this down for you guys. Okay, so I can't do that all in one go. But basically, the camera is terrible here, so there's not a good visual cue. I usually go with like I just learned the sound rhythm and jump at the top. So Link just does this ladder climbing sound. You want to jump, you use the jump button at the right time, right here. and you jump upright. That's important. You need to jump upright from the ladder, not up, not right, upright, right? And you barely move. You move right a little bit, but then you go right. And I tossed the rooster pretty early there, but you can toss it later than that, and I recommend tossing it later than that. That was actually very tight. Go right, and basically you want to land. You want to land like there's a corner. It's if you remember the invisible, like the top of the invisible walls we were doing with D4. This is similar, except we use the rooster instead of the acorn to get into the air climb. And imagine, let me use my mouse again. I think that's very useful. Imagine this corner actually like goes up in the air right here, like the elevation. So we're trying to just get on this corner here, but like it's invisible. Unfortunately, I wish I could show you guys, but like the wall goes like this here. So the corner is here, more or less, but it's in the air. Like the angle of the camera makes this really hard to like visualize because there's literally nothing to visualize. But it's basically because these walls are super tall, they extend over here. So this corner is here. So we want to try and get there with the rooster, and you can actually just wait until you're landed on it to throw the rooster. You can just land, immediately toss the rooster, and then you want to jump. If you want to immediately jump while you're holding up towards this ledge here. This trick is going to require a lot of practice. I still miss it from time to time. But yeah, this is one of the big ones. It doesn't look like much, and I unfortunately I don't have a good tutorial for it that I can give you. It's literally as simple as I explained. The thing is that it's relatively precise, and the movements are short in succession. So if you have a struggle with it, just again, get into the speedrun Discord and ask your questions. Get a clip of what went wrong, post it in there, and we'll tell you what went wrong and what you could do better. All right, so as soon as you're here, you just dash here, kill one of these guys, and immediately play the song. Now, if you're more comfortable, you can go to the left, kill the other one before playing the song. I just played the song right here. And then, if there's one thing, a single thing you want to do right for this fight is just don't get hit. Don't get hit at all. And what you can do... Alright, for these shots, make sure that the bomb exploded before you take the next shot. You don't want to shoot arrows and not bomb arrows. That's important. And because you can only have one bomb on the screen at once, the bomb arrow needs to blow up before you shoot again for your shot to be a bomb arrow again. Once you blew up Turtle Rock here, because that's the name of the boss, as long... Let me change my equips. As long as they stay here or lower, he's not going to be here. He's going to charge, and you want to make sure you get out of the way. But as long as you don't input up, you can jump safely while he's up there, and he's never going to hit you as long as you don't jump upwards, like towards him. So just make sure you don't get hit. This boss does 2 hearts of damage every time he hits you. And the birds here, these birds that don't look like birds, but they're birds, They do 1 heart of damage, and that might not seem too much. We don't have that much health, and if you die, it's an abomination of a fight where the Turtle Rock is alive. The bird here is back. So you end up having to deal with the birds while the boss is trying to attack you, while you want to break it, while you're... It's a nightmare. It's terrible. It's very, very bad. No matter what, make sure you don't get hit. That's the best tip I could give for this fight. And then when you're confident that you can not die and not get hit, try to do the rest of the fight by rewatching what I did. But honestly, I don't want to give any other tips. I don't want to distract you from the most important thing, which is don't get hit. Alright. Next, for this guy, come in here. There's a trick to get him right away. And it's actually 2 tricks because he can go in 2 different ways. I'll just do it a couple times. And it looks a lot... It looks extremely tight, but honestly, it's not super hard. And basically, if he goes left, you always enter here. If he goes left, you can just go diagonally and make sure you clear the lava. If he goes right, as soon as you notice he goes right, you go straight right as well until you get next to the right wall. And then you go up. And then just powder as soon as he shoots his projectiles, and you're always gonna kill him. Like right away. If you miss, well, don't worry. Just either like get out of the room and try again. Because he's gonna be alive and he's gonna do the same thing. Or wait until he does his spinny thing and charges at you and just powder him when he charges at you. That's also an option. But yeah. And I equip my bone arrows here. Shoot. Dash. And then with this puzzle, which as far as I know, if you push it this way, there's only one way to do this puzzle, which is like this. And you dash over here. A reason why we walk all the way back is because, remember, we hit the color switch. If you load the autosave, it doesn't preserve the switch, but we need it. So that's why we walk back. Okay, and we do some shots in quick succession by doing some menu where we switch our equipment. And you get in here and shoot this. And I don't grab the key right away because we have to come back through here anyway. I refill here in case that you're really low on arrows for some reason. There's another drop really close right here. That actually Glitches gets this drop. There's a drop here. I prefer to just go straight for the next part. The next part, you know, you come here, get the drops, and then I just go here. I skip the drop because I jump here and immediately go push the beam. It's perfectly timed so that the beam cancels the push. Okay. And then you got enough keys. And go down here. You can take your time here. You don't have to do this fancy thing. if it stresses you out, just make sure you don't take extra damage that you don't have to, because the mini boss coming here can get out of hand pretty easily. What you want to do for this boss fight, no matter how you do it, is you want to make sure that you get behind him and stun lock him. You make sure there's a rhythm. It's really fast, but it's not this. If you do this, he's gonna have iframes on your second slash, and your third slash gonna be too late. The first slash gonna hit him. The second's gonna miss him, and the third is too late. The rhythm's about that. You can move a tiny bit as well while you're doing that. And yes, it's hard to do it like in one go, but yeah, practice will get you there. I don't have too many tips, honestly. Just practice the fight and understand how he moves and everything. And you just want to make sure that you stun lock him like that. No matter how you achieve that, as long as you're comfortable doing it, that's all that matters. Kill all the ropes here, and for this next room, hug this wall, go up, and then hold dash. And as soon as you hit him with the dash, you hold up left, but before that you don't hold the joystick. Just dash, and no directions until you hit him, and then up left, and it's just gonna do that automatically every time. You can clear this jump like this here, saves having to move the thing more. You shoot these so that you get the chest. And then you auto load again. This jump is precise. If you mess up, it's gonna do that. Make sure you go down past this wall here, not before you get past the front of it, because otherwise you're gonna rub. It's gonna deny you enough momentum to actually land on the staircase. You're just gonna fall in the lava. Because my internet went down, I had to unmute Discord, and now it's just unmuted, and I keep getting pinged, and it's distracting me, and I hate it. And I can't remute it. I don't know how. This boss is practice as well. You need to time your shots, and you're gonna miss, and when you're gonna miss, it's gonna be a mess, and it's gonna be garbage, and I'm really sorry. I don't have a fallback plan. This is the way to do it. So you can shoot an extra arrow instead of doing the dash. It's just I'm saving an arrow by doing the dash at the end there. And I'm closer to the door when it dies. I do this room this way. There's several other ways that you can do this puzzle, but I just do it like this. Feel free to either use this or other solution of your choice. It's the same amount of time no matter what, because the thing just moves at the same speed the whole time. And you have to load again. This puzzle here, so you want to get in the middle here between the ice block and the regular block, shoot down, and then you jump, start dashing while pushing left as soon as you land. If you fall down and you're here, you can shoot this, and then you can wait, hold on, you can my L button is annoying. You can do this instead of going all the way around again. Oh yeah, let me reset this just real quick. So here, I'm on the very edge of the ladder, where if you hold down, Link doesn't actually like climb down the ladder like this. Yes, I know I'm standing in nothing, but that's what it is. So that's how I shoot down, and then do this and this. And then if you hold left before jumping, you can make this jump. If this is too tight, you could also just climb down with this, and then you can do that. This boss fight is needs a lot of practice, and is really annoying because of you have to use Magic Rod. And Magic Rod has a limited amount of projectiles, and then it recovers its projectiles. Highly recommend just make sure you don't walk into lava and that you don't get hit as much as possible. And to explain why Magic Rod is annoying, and you need to understand this while you're fighting this guy. If you just mash the button, I'm still mashing, by the way. It's just that's the cooldown of the projectiles if they hit nothing. If they hit something, you get your projectile back right away. Or at least faster, which is strange, but whatever. You also get them faster if you straight up hit a wall right away or something. But yeah, so it doesn't matter if I space them out, the cooldown is still a thing, and I'm still mashing as fast as I can right now. Yeah, still mashing full speed. I just can't shoot further than this because of the cooldown on each projectile. So while you're doing the fight, this is a big factor if you miss any shots at all. And again, as I've been recommending the whole time, maybe pick up this heart container, especially what we're going into. There's gonna be a lot of damage coming your way. So now the speed run gets very crazy for a little bit. Immediately dash this way because the birds are attacking you. Grab this rock, toss it there. Enter the warp to make the rooster come back. Pick up the rooster, go here, toss the rooster while you're going down left. It's important so that you land on top of the rocks here. That you go like down left, holding the rooster, and you toss the rooster once you're like kind of stuck over these. Alright? And then you can jump here. Stay on the rocks here, because if you ever fall off, you can never go back up them. And then here, try your best to dodge the rocks. You're gonna die a lot here. Maybe not your first run, but it's gonna happen. Now, here, normally, if you want to do this clip that we do with the rooster, you'd normally go down the ladder and go back up. But if you do that, the boulders is gonna start falling again, and they might fall on top of your head. You don't want that. So what we do instead is we hold the sword and the shield out, and for some reason, if you hold both of these out, Link doesn't start climbing down ladders. If you walk too far back, you're gonna fall off. But you know, that instant trigger like this, that you just start climbing down, doesn't happen if you're holding both the shield and the sword. So you get behind the rooster, you grab the rooster, and then you just go up from behind the ladder like this. And then you throw the rooster and you're like behind. I go a bit left and start dashing up to get here. And we're in the background now. And you dash over here. You need to go a bit further up while you're dashing to the right to clear whatever is behind the egg. Otherwise you're gonna bonk. And now you're like, we're severely out of bounds. We're like in the background. Don't ask me exactly how it works to be in here, and it's tricky to get past once you fall behind the ladder because you can't see where you are. But to get back inbounds, what I do is I try to be here, around here. It's not crazy precise. And then we dash and jump. And as soon as I jump, I push down right. And that's gonna cause me to land on top of the invisible wall. And the reason why I do this is because if you just go for the invisible wall head on, it's very hard to do it because the wall here is actively trying to prevent you from crossing it. So we approach it from the side instead. Because if I just jump straight that way, you see I'm just falling. Like I'm not in front of it at all. Right? So I jump, but I hold down right. Yeah, like that. And then you can either jump right away or just keep holding the dash button and continue dashing. And then you hook shot across. And you get in here. Now, I'm gonna save here because normally don't save here, just do what you're confident that you can do. It's not worth saving here. But what I do is this, right? This here. This is actually extremely risky. It doesn't look that bad. But the problem with it is that if you miss, a lot of people do that. If you do that and you go like that. You get a rub against the block there. What happens is you fall here, and now we're stuck behind the waterfall that we never opened for Dungeon 4. And the only way up would be on the other side of this waterfall. And so what happens is you would be... Now it auto-saved, so I'm glad that I did save. But normally if you load your autosave right away, it would be outside of the Dungeon 8. So you would have to do the whole boulders thing and go behind the egg again and the whole shebang. So ideally, if you're not confident with this trick and you haven't practiced it too much and you get nervous because, you know, it doesn't save that much time and it's very risky, well, you can just grab the rooster like that and go around. Another possible option is push this here and just jump here. But yeah, just make sure you do the thing you're comfortable doing. And then you do this. That's what the rooster is meant to be used for. We grab this key. And then you can't just jump down again because the waterfall. So you load the autosave right away. And then we leave the cave. And you go this way. The rooster. Toss it down. And then we do this thing to set up the air climb like we did earlier. And we start the air climb like we did earlier. Not like that. And then once you're at the top, you don't jump. You just get past the top of the ladder and you immediately go down ramp. Now this one, you know what? I'm gonna save. Now this one is tricky because there's no great visual cue. The camera is a good indicator, but if you're not fast enough, you're gonna get stuck right inside the bounds. Which is what you'd expect that would happen. But if you go too far, the camera's gonna tilt like that, and then you're stuck past the wall. And that's bad. You don't want that. That's really, really bad. We want to get inside the wall. Like we've done previously. I find it funny. Oh, that's really funny. I didn't know that was a thing. It puts me back in the air and I just fall off. That's funny. Anyway, you wanna... I missed it again. I was a bit too late. You wanna go down enough, but not too much. About like this. And then like this. If you end up getting a bit stuck and stuttering, go a little more down to clear the edge of the wall. And then as soon as you're like in front of this wall, this thing here, you can push up, and while you're higher, you can toss the rooster away and start dashing. And once you're this low though, it's not great because the rooster might be in front of you and you're gonna bump into it. And then you can kill this guy or not. Go here. Make sure don't enter the thing, but make the rooster climb. And then do another air climb. Not like that. And then you do a bit like earlier, the first one that I showed, and you jump. Not like that. You jump up, right? Wait, hold on. I'll show what I do, and then I show you the backup. In case you're not comfortable doing that. Oh my god, I can't do it. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna try it a couple times. I need to jump up right. I don't know what that's hard. All of a sudden. Like that. Alright. And then you can toss the rooster once you're safely here. It's a little tricky though, because you need to time your jump properly. You don't actually have to jump. But if you don't jump, it's a little slower, but you can still make that. What you need to do, just go upright. So the brain dead version of this, and it still works. But it's risky a little bit in a way, because if you take too long to toss the booster once you made it, you might end up setting your respawn point under the map, and that's bad. You don't want that to happen. We hold up like this and then toss as soon as you're back, and then you fall through the map and just respawn up here. If you take too long to toss the booster, again, it might trigger your respawn point to be set under the map, and then you're gonna be stuck. But it is a lot simpler to do it this way, because it's just all upright. Just make sure that you're clear past this bit and you're here, and toss the booster. You're gonna fall through and respawn right here. Or do the jump method like I showed first. Then you open the keyhole there. Again, all of these tricks that I'm rapid firing right now, I don't want to go into big detail, but if you struggle with anything, make a clip, post it in the speedrunning Discord, and we'll help you figure out what you're doing wrong and how to make it right. This little tech here, very simple. And you need a key to open this door, so there's the key. And then we get to my favorite trick. It's very, very simple. Get here, dash here, jump, grab the ball, toss the ball, mash, walk off, mash feather. And then you can just clear this. Like from out of bounds over the blocks into here, and just leave. It resets the room, grab the ball, bring it here. Oh my god. I hate my L button so bad. You saw that, right? I started and then it stopped. I've been having issues with my L button. It started very recently. Alright, and then you go here, you hit the switch, and you dash back up here. Obviously, don't fall down the pit like I did. That was not intended. You bring the ball, you throw it down there, and you hookshot this. You leave the ball there. That's totally intentional. You go this way. You just get it in the corner and shield like that. Sometimes the anti-fairy is a butt and it really gets like all up in your face. Well, I do this to save an arrow. You don't have to do that. I like saving arrows for the boss. Here, toss the ball down left so that it goes less far. Because if you toss it straight left, it's going to go all the way across the room. If you toss it down left, it just drops there. And then toss it up. Be careful, don't toss it this way. I do that all the time and it makes the ball disappear and then you're mad and it's sad. Don't do that. Yeah, and then you bring the ball back up here. Well, down here, toss it through this thing. And then we have another fancy trick here. Where you get up, all up against this wall. You transition. And then you transition again and immediately toss the ball right. And immediately go back up through the transition. Immediately go down left through the transition, and then as the transition happens you hold down. Do you hold down? No. As you transition you just mash the bomb button. You let go of the joystick, you mash the bomb button, but as soon as you place it, you follow the ball, because the ball's gonna get yeeted a bit forward, and you want to stay inside the ball. If you don't follow the ball as it moves, you're gonna get outside of it. You're gonna get like suddenly clipped inside of it, and if you don't move fast enough, you're gonna be outside of it. It's really quick. So here, toss up like this, and then you follow it right away. And then once you're here, the ball's likely not going to be exactly at the same spot every time. So I try to suddenly get a visual cue using my shield. I have my shield out right now. Okay. So I'll try to line myself up so that my shield is just not poking out of the ball, like this. Further, it's out. It's poking out a bit right now. That's too far. Okay. You can, with practice, you'll get a feel for it. Like this is pretty good. And then you place a second bomb. Now, what you're gonna need is you're gonna have to practice to get a feel for it. But the ball needs to be close enough to the fence so that you can actually clip out of the fence. That's the goal here. So do this, and you need to follow the ball, which I didn't do. So we're gonna retry. And then if you did it right, you should be able to pick up the ball anyway. So you follow the ball, and then you just jump over the fence. It's just gonna work, by the way. If you're against the fence when you jump, and still clipped inside the ball, you should be able to jump over the fence, just like that. And then if the ball is close enough to the fence, you should also be able to pick it up from this side. And you just bring it on this side, toss it, and then go up the stairs after the bomb hit the switch, so that you can, get past these orange blocks there. And you come here, you do this fight. This fight is really easy. You get on this spot here on the floor, and just slash, and that's it. You don't want to miss that. If you miss, it's really annoying to do the other patterns that he gives you. So, yeah, practice it and don't miss. For this room, I do this. You just want to push the brown blocks in the middle. That's all you need to do. I do it like this. You can do it a different way if you want. It's not crazy complicated. So you get the key for the boss, and then you go back to where we left the ball. Here, I recommend just toss the ball and deal with these guys. Or, you know, get lucky and get that. That's kind of nutty. That's really nutty. You want to have them so they have the... When you hit them, they stop changing the symbol that they have. And you need all three to match for them to die. You need to kill them so that this chest spawns. And either before you kill them or after, you grab the ball and you toss it over here. And then you go this way. And then you get through here again. Hook shot across. Break that last thing here. Then here you can either auto load to get back to the entrance once the cutscene is over, or because they're like basically the exact same amount of time, it's your preference. You don't have to do that if you think you're slow to menu. Instead of auto loading, what you can do is just fall down here, and then just walk it to the thing. Because yes, that's literally the entrance. It does the same thing. And you come over here, and this is the boss right away. Right over here. Now, Eagle is very random. Eagle is gonna have several different patterns. The opener is exactly the same every time, but the fight is gonna be different every time. There's a lot of practice that goes into it. If there's like two things that you should learn, in my opinion, is the opener of jumping from the ladder at the right time to shoot 4 arrows on his body, not his head, because he's gonna, you know, pull back and you might miss if you're shooting the head, because the head goes out of the screen first. And you want to learn the cancel with the ladder. You should see me do the cancel at least once. You know what? Let me save just in case. So if I don't do the cancel, I'm gonna be able to do it again to show it. So the openers is gonna happen pretty quickly. I push up, jump, and I start shooting at the right time. Oh wow, okay. So I was very lucky there, and I couldn't show the cancel, so I'm gonna reload. Oh. And hopefully I get to show it off while still trying to do my best, so you can see some of the things that I do. This fight is very dynamic because besides the opener, it's basically random. So you just need to react to which attack he's doing, and he's got like 4 different attacks or something. This is the cancel. So when he does that, when he comes from the side, you want to go down the ladder very little amount of time, and then go back up right away. If you don't do that, he's gonna do a lot of wind and try to, to make it so that you fall off while tossing a bunch of projectiles at you, and you can't do anything. You can't hit it while it's doing that. So as soon as it comes from the side, and just like stands there a little bit, let go of the sword if you're keeping the sword charged, I mean, and instantly just do this little motion like that, and you should just stop, go away. If you take too much time to go down the ladder, he's gonna come back and start shooting a bunch of feathers, and it's not really gonna save you much time anymore. As always, I recommend you grab the heart container. I don't need them myself because I'm pretty good at not getting hit, but I recommend you grab as many as possible, even if you don't need them for these dungeons. If it's just for the final boss can be brutal. Highly recommend that you only cut your art containers when you think you don't need that many anymore, and you're really confident. If anything, if it's the last thing you end up cutting, and you implemented all the other tricks, I think that's fine. Like, they really don't save that much time, but they keep you safe and avoid you dying and losing extra time to other things. So you just jump down here into this pit down here. There's a piece of heart there if you want to heal but don't want to have to go get the heart container. It saves maybe like a second or half a second depending. I don't recommend that, but that's an option. And then here, there's nothing much that we need to do. We just need to get to the boss because we already have the boss key, which we got on our first trip here. You shoot. Once you're here, you shoot not like that. You shoot like this. And then what I do, I'm going to show different methods, several different methods for this. Once you did that, what I do is I do not that. I do this jump. This jump is actually extremely tight. You need to jump like diagonally like this from the very edge, mid-air push curve to up, and then curve back to this orientation, and as you land you go left. It's very quick. You can barely see what I'm doing, and yeah, it's very tight. Otherwise, slightly slower, and actually I'm terrible at that way more than this little jump here, because you need to jump right away. You can do a dash and immediately jump and tilt up. Now the reason why it's a little slower, it's not because I'm bad at it. It's because, well, they already did it, but there's red jellies standing right there next to the brown block. They already fell off because I was standing here for a while. But you need to wait for them to fall off, or you just YOLO jump and hope that the way that they hit you doesn't make you fall off. But even then, even if you fall off, you should respawn over there. If you do it right. Another method, in case, for some reason, if something went horribly wrong and, I don't know, you don't have bombs or something, there's another thing you can do. You can jump, slightly push left, hold your sword, pull back a bit, do that 3 times, and when you're here, you can hook shot. It's tight though, and I think I have the wrong angle for this. Yeah, I'm a bit too angled. So I'm pushing up to untilt a little bit. Yeah, like that. You can hookshot like this without having to shoot a bomb arrow. Now I don't really recommend this because it takes a bit to set up, but it's an option, so you don't have to actually get the key to take the normal path here. Because it involves we made the key fall down this thing. It involves going like to the right in the underwater, like underground segment, and like opening this thing and going into another side scroll segment through here, and then it makes you come out from the right side here. You don't want to do that. It takes forever. Now, the fight with the fish here is actually very scripted, and if you do the exact same thing every time, the fish is going to do the exact same thing every time too. Obviously, we're not machines, we don't do the exact same thing every time, so it doesn't always go exactly the same way. So it takes a lot of practice, but and the main secret is you charge your sword, right? You charge your sword to get your double spin attacks, and you want to get that behind its little light bulb thing. Not behind, just under it, and then let go, so you get double hits on your spin attacks. The tricky bit, in my opinion, is mostly because you're trying to swim at the same time as you're pressing B. Swimming is with A, and like if you're holding your sword out, it's a little awkward to like hold B and swim at the same time. It's not like super awkward, but it's definitely not controls that you've been using at any other point in the game. So it's definitely worth practicing it. Definitely worth practicing it. So now we're almost done. There's one instrument left, if you remember. It's the one for the second dungeon that we skipped. Well, we didn't skip. We grabbed the power bracelet and then left. What I like to do is get Marin's Song, and you're gonna see why once we get... I'm gonna grab that. I should have grabbed that too, but it's fine. It's not exactly optimal, but honestly it's super simple and it's very convenient. I think it's slower by like 1 second because it's an extra menu, but honestly don't care. So you get through this segment, you instantly play Marin's Song. That's gonna kill the little Pole's voice that's trapped in the blocks there. You hit this guy, and you go hit the keys. Oh my god! And then you can kill this guy. You need to kill them in this order. If you don't use Marin's Song, I can show you what to do. If you don't use Marin's Song, you need to push this and this, and grab a pot, and you can kill it. Optionally, you can push it, and if you have Magic Rod, you can shoot 4 shots quickly at it and it's gonna die. I prefer Marin Song. And I use it here too. It kills both of them. If you need health, important, if you need help, there's a fairy in the pod that's under the torch right here. So not the one that I'm facing, the one under that. There. Okay. I recommend that heal over any other heal if you're trying to cut your heart containers. I hate my I hate my L button so bad. Alright, and here there's a little jump. It's a little tight, but it's not crazy. Make sure you're going this direction as you land, and then you can go up. As long as you hit the ledge, even if you don't make it, if you fall off, it's gonna put you in front of the door anyway. As long as you hit the ledge. So don't worry too much about it. Now, for this trick, I'm gonna save so I can show it off. I don't use a backup if I miss. I don't use a visual cue. I've been told that if you use the visual cue, you can get to retry. I actually can't help you too much to know what the visual cue is. I recommend hitting the speedrunning Discord if you want a visual cue. I use an audio cue. I'll make it clip when I get it, and I'll tell you and I'll break it down exactly what I'm doing. I'll just try to get it because it's really precise, but yeah. Anyway, let's get into it. I'll try to do it. And if I don't get it, I'll reload and I'll make a clip and I'll break it down. We're almost done with the game. So this MAA is actually going to be quite a bit faster than the previous one by an hour or so. Okay, so I got it. And now you might be wondering what that did. Well, it made me get out of the room. But what's cool about this is once that happened, this boss is actually like completely broken. So what you can do is just straight up like go to the instrument. But let me break down the trick because it's fairly precise. It's fairly precise. So yeah, he talks. I enter the room mostly hugging the right side of the door. People have told me to not do that. I've noticed that it matters. I do not move until he's done pulling back because he's gonna move back. Once he's done, I just do this. Don't move up or down. I only move left and right to dodge the fireballs, and I try to stay within the 2 tiles next to the door. And then as soon as he's throwing the last fireball, what I do is I get to the middle, and then I wait for him to do the little grimace that he does, the little like nye, before going into the bottle. This thing, when he does that, I wait until he does that. So look carefully. When he does that, I slash up and then pull it to be against the door. You need to do this really quick. So my back is against the door. You need to do it before your spin attack is completely charged. You let go of your sword, and then you immediately jump. And the reason for that is because doing that will cause you to be just a tad far enough from the door. And once you're in position, I wait for a specific audio cue to jump at the right time. And that's the third. That's basically the sound that the pot makes when it jumps from the floor. It makes a sound when it lands on the floor, and it makes a sound when it jumps off. I jump at the exact same time as the pot jumps the third time. So the third time, no, the fourth time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the fourth time that it jumps off from the floor. Yeah. And then as soon as I jump, you hold the boots button. If you did it right, you should get pulled, like pushed out as soon as you hit with your dash attack. If you jump too early, what's gonna happen is instead of being inside the pot like this, the pot's gonna stay in front of you. So that's not gonna work. And if you jump too late, you're still gonna be inside the pot like that. But what's gonna happen is when you dash, you're just gonna dash through. Like, you're gonna hit the pot, but you're gonna dash in a straight line, and you're not gonna actually get pushed out of the room. Now, unfortunately, I don't have, like, good, like, I don't have a good way of, like, letting you know what to look out for. This is literally all I do. I use the audio cue, and I do it exactly the way I described that. It takes a lot of practice. It is very precise. But yeah, so that lets us skip the fight, and then we can just go get the instrument. Fun fact, this was found trying to get through the door that gets to the instrument room. Which was almost a thing. It didn't quite work. Someone eventually managed to make it work like that, but we don't have a good setup to make it work like that. It was almost a thing, so they were trying to, like, you know, make it work on the other door just for shits and giggles because it didn't seem like it was relevant. And then they realized that it broke the boss completely and that you could just go in and grab the instrument. So it's funny. And now we have everything. So we just need to go do the final boss fight inside the egg. Before that, we need to play a nice little song for the egg with all the instruments. Fun fact, you can clip through the egg, but it's not actually gonna do anything. Because for the loading zone to actually work, the game makes 8 checks to make the instrument pop on screen there. It makes a check for every single instrument. For every check, if the check says yes, you have the instrument appears on screen. And then every instrument that is on screen starts playing its part. And if they all played, then the loading zone appears. If a single instrument is missing during this cutscene, the loading zone doesn't exist. So even if we clip through the egg, because we can do that, it doesn't do anything. Now we're at the part where I talked at the very beginning that we have a manipulated file so that we know exactly what to do. So if you followed my instructions and you got the sounds of Link, then your path should be right and then up, then left, and then you just go up forever until it works. So right, up, left, and then just up. If it's something else, I can't really help you. If you manage to do a manip in a like without my instructions, then you should already know what your pattern is, because whoever gave you these instructions should have given you what the pattern is. Now, don't panic. I have clips for this too. This. No, not this. I might have deleted it. I can cover the first part. Yeah, I can cover the first part again. I don't mind. It's fine. Anyway, it's always at the same spot at the top, and then you just stand in the middle and you react to where it is and you powder it. You get next to it fast, you powder it, and if you miss, you just walk out the way and immediately powder it again because it's going where you were. It's really not that complicated. You hit it 3 times, and then you move on to the next phase. But the next phase, the next phase is the wizard phase. The first thing you just slash like that, and you're gonna return the magic projectile back to him, and then he's doing this hand motion over his head. What I do is I look for him to do it 3 times, and on the third time I jump and I start slashing midair. So if it's a projectile that you can't return, because it's 50-50. It's either a projectile that you can't return but damages you, or it's a projectile that you can return. Either projectile you're gonna jump straight over it. If you're slashing midair, you're gonna be able to return the one that can be returned. The other one's just gonna pass right under you. And you should, if you jump at the right time, while standing close enough, not too close, because you're not gonna be able to return the projectiles. But if you jump at the right time, you should be completely unharmed. I have a clip of that too. Now you done 3 blue ones, so I know the next one is red, because he can only do 3 times the same color, and then he's forced to do the other one. The rest of the time, when it's not that, it's 50-50. So it's not like crazy complicated. So you might see right from the bat 1, 2, 3 with the hands, and then he shoots. It just does that the whole time. It's just a question of learning to jump and position yourself the right distance. Right, it's not always gonna be this short. Obviously, it can be minimum 1 projectile you can't return because you need to shoot to return 4 of them. And after 3, since the first one is correct, it's gonna be the other color. But it can be a maximum of 9 that you cannot return, which is pretty bad. We don't have a minute for that. It's just grinding. That happens like that. Next phase, this is this guy. Just do this. Right? I don't know if I have a clip. It's fairly straightforward. I think I do have a clip. Yeah. So I use the fin of the fish that's on the floor there to line myself up, and then I release the spin attack as soon as he's done appearing. Right? And then he does a spin on himself, and as soon as his eyes are back looking down, I release again. And then again. And then the next attack, instead of you can do a spin attack again. But instead of doing that, what you can do, because it's the last hit, it doesn't need to be a spin attack again. It could be a regular slash, and you can just hold your sword through him, and it's gonna hit him as soon as possible because your sword is already like where the tail is gonna be. And then get ready. The next one, I have a clip of it to break it down, but it's gonna go fast. Okay, it's gonna go really fast. All right, already over, and that's a big reason why having health is important. This is extremely tight. Extremely tight. If you don't do, I'll break it down. I'll give you some fallbacks. So where I'm holding the sword down left, right? But also the exact spot where I'm standing is pretty important. It doesn't have to be like pixel perfect, but it's very precise. I use the fin of the fish again to line myself up. I try to use any part of Link the way that he's looking like right now compared to the fin of the fish to line yourself up. I go approximately. I release the spin attack as soon as he starts appearing, before he's even done appearing. Okay, so you should get 2 hits from that. And then while I'm still doing the spin attack, I hold B again. I keep holding B so that immediately, without needing to slash again, you start charging another spin attack right away, and I immediately release it as soon as it's ready. So you get another 2 hits, and then I immediately walk into him to get iframes, and then I start dashing to get a last hit that I need, because he's immune to regular hits. He only gets hit with your spin attacks or your dashes. Don't ask me why. That's what you need to hit him at all. But yeah, the thing is, as soon as you're done with the double slashes like this, you can no longer hit him normally, because it's gonna have his trident there spinning, which is gonna hit you when you touch it. Is gonna hurt, but also if you start dashing towards him, or if you try to slash through it, it's gonna clank. It's gonna clink. Like, your sword's gonna hit it, and you can't actually hit him through the trident at all. So what we do is we get hit, and while we have iframes, we can just walk through the trident, and I start charging immediately while I'm walking through the trident, so that as soon as I start dashing, my body is still like through the trident, but my sword is past it, so I no longer clink on the trident. I instead immediately damage him, and I do this in a particular fashion to minimize the amount of damage that I take. So since I got my 4 hits with spin attacks, he only needs 1 more hit. So I know that I can do this specific way. So I dash down right, because as soon as he's dead, he's holding the trident down like this, and you can still clink on it. So the trident kind of teleports back in front of me, and I immediately clink on it, which pushes me out. So I don't get hit anymore. Because even if he's dead, he still hurts while he's dying. So if you touch him at all, you're gonna get hit again. But I get completely pushed out by clinking on the trident again. And my iframes just wear out exactly at that specific time. It's extremely tight. So with the explanation done, have a look at it again. Right? Now, obviously, this is extremely tight. I'll show it 2 more times. Something else that you can do, if you've been listening to me, and you actually grabbed the freaking heart containers that I keep saying that you can grab, and you have a lot of health to spare, even if you didn't do the 4 hits with the spin attacks, if you just got a few, you can still do the damage boosting. You can still do the walk into the trident or whatever to get iframes, and then start dashing, making sure that your sword is past the trident while you have iframes, so you can start dashing through the trident before, you know, any of the craziness of this phase happens whatsoever. You can just damage boost your way and kill him really fast. That is the method I recommend. There is obviously the more casual method that goes through the entire cycle, but that takes an eternity. I highly recommend that you practice the final boss fight, and that you can apply this. The normal casual strat is actually, in my opinion, more dangerous to handle than this. Mostly because he starts like warping really quickly places, and he can literally warp on top of you, and you can't do anything about it, and you're just gonna take damage. So I much prefer taking control damage that I know that what's gonna happen, over this guy just randomly teleporting, and then you have a very short window to get close to him and hit him again. Like, it's a mess. Highly recommend that you review all this and you learn it, and you learn the backup strat of, you know, damage boosting through the trident. And that's why I highly recommend keeping all the heart containers as long as you can, because they come really handy for this. Especially if you still get hit by all the other phases beforehand, you might have taken already a severe beating and you want enough health to be able to do this. The next phase is very simple. I don't have a clip for it. Now, do I have a clip for the phase after that? I might. No, that's the Ganon thing again. Okay. So no, I don't have a clip for the next one. The next one, mostly, it's pretty simple. I don't even need to clip it. Like, basically, focus. The first jump, you need to be moving down like this to make it. You can do double shots like that as soon as it opens its eye. Focus on just jumping over the arms and staying safe. And it should be fine. The eye, the way that it opens is random. Like, when exactly it opens is random. If you run out of arrows, you can use the magic rod. I recommend that you practice it enough so that you don't miss. But if for some reason you run out of arrows, you can use the magic rod as a 2-by-1 ratio. So every arrow that you didn't do damage with, you need to shoot 10 arrows to kill that phase. So if, for example, you shot 9 arrows and you're out, then you need 2 more magic rod shots. If you shot 8 arrows and you're out, you need 4 magic rod shots. That's the only other option you have to kill that phase if you're out of arrows. So that is why arrows are super important, along with the eagle fight that we just did beforehand. So highly recommend that you practice the final fight a lot of shit, like a lot of stuff is happening during that fight. I broke down as much as I think is reasonable to break it down. And this is the end of the run. Once you're done, you master the text, you dash up the stairs, and you end timer as soon as it's black like this. So yeah, that's it. That's the whole run. That was everything. I hope that this can help people. I'll highlight this. I know that my Switch crashed like in D3 for no reason, but I'm not re-recording this. If someone wants to make like a better version of this, feel free to do so, but I think that this is still very, very valuable. I do not have an explanation why my Switch crashed, by the way. It's in German, and I don't know what it said, and I've never seen that crash before. So hopefully it doesn't do that ever again. I've been running this game for a really long time, and it never crashes. I think it crashed a total of 3 times, and I think I've played like 2,000 hours or something of this game. So you don't have to worry about that for sure. I have no idea why that happened, but anyway, yeah, I'll highlight this. I'll post it like on my Discord, on the speedrunning Discord, on speedrun.com, and I hope that it helps everybody. If you have trouble with any of the tricks, because I didn't cover them like super extensively, because this is meant as a tutorial for individual tricks. Even though I went pretty long on the new AK skip, but that's mostly because, you know, there isn't like, it's a very new trick, so I thought it deserved that. If you have any problem with anything, take clips, use the Switch clip feature, post them in the Discord, ask your question, we'll tell you what you're doing wrong, how you can do it better, and how you can improve and do it right. Obviously, there's a lot that happens in this run. There's a lot of tricks. Most of the tricks are all completely unique and separate from each other. So it is a very daunting challenge. It is a pretty relatively, it's medium length. Like, it's not like the shortest speedrun. It's not in the shortest runs. It's not in the crazy long runs either. But it is like an hour and a half if you're good. So getting everything right and everything is a challenge, but honestly, I think that anybody can do it. You need to put the time into it, obviously, and everybody learns at a different pace. But I'm down to help anybody with anything. Like I said many times, I'll say it again. Any questions, get into the speedrunning Discord. And there should be an invite for it on speedrun.com for this game. And yeah, I hope this helps people.